midnight. So cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold. Hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold. Dated bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rockets through their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings spinning on their cloud. Riding with rockets through the AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Treading on, the pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rockets, scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, tracking the charts. Midnight glory. Splintering in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Without further ado, welcome to the stream, guys. What's up? What's up? Let me get everything ready for today. How y'all doing? Y'all crushing it today? Waking up, got some news in the morning. Good morning, good morning. You know, it's CPI day. We know how that goes. Okay, we'll talk about the commitment traders today. We got to discuss that. Very important. We got to discuss. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. What's up, guys? Welcome. Hit that like button. This music gives you some energy. Wait, the pump up music or the lo-fi chill music? Which one gives you energy? What's up, friends? Good morning. Buenos dias, Jason, EK, JTR, Maddie, Deco, Sean, Nathan, 72, Off, Sue, Don, Sean, Mike, Houston, Digital Nomad, Prof Trader, Victor, everybody's favorite mod, Casey, Bruce, Spork, William, Ransom, BB, Zaydu, Tom, Christoph, Saint, Ems, Gary, Trader J, Matthias, David, what's up, Dave? Lissy, Mark, Bullish, Pastor Jack, Saint 909, Lee Media, and good morning, everybody here. What's up? All right, CPI in front of us. Let's get straight to it and don't waste any more time. CPI came out. Take a look at some of the data here. We had the core come out right under par. We had the CPI year over year come out right under par. We're at 2 and something %, as Jay Powell was talking about. You know, we're slightly above their 2% inflation target. They'd still like it to be better. So, you know, without the tariffs, without the trade war stuff, it's looking somewhat decent. Look. Month over month change was less than the expectations. So, you know, we thought we were going to come in at 2.4 on the year over year, came in at 2.3. So pretty much, you know, slightly better on the way down. Let me show you the graph. Obviously, CPI is one of the big moving factors of indicating inflation, right? The Michigan numbers way back in the last print were including tariff. The CPI does not seem to be pricing in any sort of inflation relative to tariffs or whatever. It's not showing any kind of change, and it's still kind of showing that trajectory towards 2, where the Fed can likely be cutting rates sometime this year. You know, back before Trump got elected, the Fed was thinking they would do 4 rate cuts this year at a quarter basis point or 25 basis points, quarter point each. After Trump got elected, and they were talking about shifting their policy to half of them thought they only needed to do 2. And then when the trade war came out, severe as it was, the rate cuts with the tariffs as severe as they were, the rate cuts likelihood seemed almost 0 this year. But to see that the CPI is still kind of, and again, this is before it's revised or anything, this is the number that we have, doesn't seem to be factoring any sort of tariff or anything. You know, the Michigan numbers were like 5-6%. So we'll see, you know, with the pause in the trade war and everything else going on, seems to be relatively normal. And again, you know, we know the CPI isn't necessarily truthful. It's always getting revised. So with that being said, let's get to the market. Take a look at what we have. Obviously, our 5846 MHP on S&P. We had 20,858 MHP on NASDAQ. We kind of drifted up above those levels. We know MHP bounces roughly 80% of the time. 90% of the time. And so this sort of tailed up overnight. We watched this hit the bottom level here and push higher. And that's basically what we're looking at. CPI had a little bit of a pop. We're now resetting to where that kind of started pre-market. And we'll see what we do when we open. Obviously, be looking for liquidity mass to come in sort of strong. Hopefully, bull market again. Oh, gonna be nice. So, in the meantime, let's take a look at the commitment traders. It's going to show you where the positions are distributed in futures. Yoink. Very important to just kind of get the story of the market here. This is a week-old data, but it should, and it's weekly snapshot as well, but it's going to have last week's data point on it. We haven't discussed that one yet. It's important to know. All right, I just ruined the chart. Let's try that again. All right, there we go. It's important to see the story of the market. I'm only going to zoom right into here and show you guys a little bit of a trick. Okay, all right. My browser is possessed and decided it wants to do its own thing. There we go. One more time. Let's try this again. All right, let's move that really slow. All right. So this green line is your asset managers. You're basically long side of the market. And this green line, positions in futures, as you see, 811, 813. This is the number right here. I'm circling right here. So I'm moving my mouse to the right, about 811, 13, 29, and 16. The long position stayed relatively the same, not long, as we recovered and shorts recovering off of, trade war happiness. And then now the market's moving up. We don't have the new data point yet, but just to show what it's been looking like lately, the blue line is becoming, essentially flat as well. The green line is flat. Hello? Here, Pickle. I hear Pickle all the time. I gotta show you guys Pickle. See if y'all recognize him. So here you have this kind of like no change, right? Normally what you're gonna see when markets are bullish or bearish, you're gonna see these green and blue lines pinching together or fanning apart. I'll show you down here at the bottom where you can kind of see that. And a nice bull run that we had leading up into the big sell-off. You can see that the green and blue lines are like pinching together, pulling apart, pinching together, pulling apart, boom, 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 boom. Anytime they do that, the market's relatively stable and liquid. It's the only time when they're not is whenever they're both kind of slanting down or slanting up. In this case, from here to here and here to here, we're sort of slanting down. and usually indicates periods of illiquidity. Like this was stopping the advance as you saw a little bit of liquidation leading into Trump taking office. And then, people are, the geniuses in the room knew that a trade war was going to come, and then it finally came, and then the market continued to fall. Now we're starting to see a little bit of covering. While it's relatively flat, the last kind of inflection was a pinch. So normally when you're pinching together, that market's becoming liquid again. So what we want to see going forward is a tail up where it's back to like doing this to show a stable, healthy bull market. And in the last read, it kind of is doing that a little tiny bit. The last read was a slight bump up. It looks like on this chart, but either case, it's not illiquid anymore, and we're doing pretty okay. And yeah, and normally in a bull market, you want to see that there's more basically buyers to the long side than there are sellers to the short side, which means the dealers have to take the other side of that selling imbalance. And hold on. The dealers take the other side of that buy imbalance, so they're the ones selling while people are buying. So they have to actually short because there's more buyers than sellers. Right now, when you see it sort of flat, there's no imbalance of buyers and sellers. So this recovery was mostly just short squeeze, what I'm trying to tell you guys. We're not getting like a big bump of rally just yet on the story being told here, but the data point is like a week behind. So the new data point, pay attention when it comes out at the end of this week, and we'll see what it actually says. Just seeing if we get any sort of indication that the dealers are forced to short some more because there's more buyers than the actual non-dealer short side of the market. And then that imbalance starts to take that red line, tail it down. We want to see that to show that this is a healthy, stable rally. And the question is, do we go right back up to the top, all-time highs? And the answer is we most likely do. Morning, guys. How about them DD bands? We're opening right in the middle of them right now. So somebody said, today's breaking stock alert. No, thank you. Hi, how y'all doing? Don't miss me. What are the DD values on NQ? Just open up your platform. They're there. They're there for you. Unless you don't have the platform, then that's a different story. A couple more things. I'll talk about it in a minute. Give me a second. What else is I trying to do? Oh, news for the day. What's up, guys? Good morning. Reading else chat. Yo, yesterday we had like the biggest stream that we've had in many, many, many years. That's crazy. We had like 750 people here. Insane. Extremely happy. I'm up $134,000 in my Tradeify account. On my next goal is about 150, give or take. I've been taking payouts. I took like 3 payouts last week. Tradeify removed their payout caps. No, stop. The payout windows. The payout caps are still there. They removed their payout windows, and that is really awesome because I take a payout as soon as I hit my 10th day on each account. But let's take a look. The rest of this week, nothing. Retail sales Thursday, kind of a medium to medium high sort of indication. This also pre-market. Obviously we're going to see that the tariffs have had an impact on any selling or anything. On the retail side, you're going to see that you have the core as well, which excludes food and energy. So you'll have the ability to see like directly what consumer discretionary type items are being hit by the tariffs or were hit by the tariffs. And then, of course, the Michigan numbers Friday, which are going to be the bigger numbers. As you see, the one-year inflation expectation was 6.5, which is huge, right? With the 2.5 CPI, and Michigan expecting tariffs to kick us up to about 6.5% inflation. Clearly that's a huge bump. So what are the Michigan numbers going to be whenever they factor in the new Trump numbers, right? So obviously here's the Michigan numbers from the trade war, just shooting through the roof. The Fed's not going to cut rates at all with expectations of 5 and 6% inflation, right? But we're not going to get the full blown force of all the tariffs either as of this last weekend's kind of deal that's being made. So the Michigan numbers are likely to come down. The question is, how far are they going to come down? This is the biggest news event of the week. So this is bigger than CPI, I promise. This 5-year and 1 year is going to be the big mover. Even though there's only 2 stars here, bet your bridge is going to be a big one. What's up, you guys? Good morning. Feeling great. On my way to my Tradify accounts are crushing it. Still trading. What is that? Oh, that's my developer. My Tradifys are still crushing it here. Oh, I didn't update this, so I need to refresh the browser. Anyways, add the 6K from yesterday's trade to this. So this plus 12 plus or 5K, whatever it was yesterday. So that's 134, give or take. So again, I had a winning day yesterday as well. But yeah, so going up, I have $12,000 in payouts from busted accounts, plus like another 4 or 5K from yesterday, whatever it was. And then boom, going up, still have a 78% win rate. And yeah, loving it. Ooh. You got your FundedNext approved? Your funded account already took you less than 12 hours, Bruce? Nice. Yeah, I got mine as well. I'll be trading that guy today as well whenever, at least whenever we open. Nothing overnight. And that FundedNext funded account. You know, the drawdowns are pretty tight on any kind of end-of-day account, especially 50K. So I'm going to wait till I get my pivots and touch it right on the pivot. Daniel says, I don't really do any individual stocks. Can I look at NVIDIA options for the week? Yeah, so, you know, we'll have a better monthly map going into tomorrow for like, going into the session and a little bit when the market opens. And then tomorrow I'll have like a better understanding of it. But right now, NVIDIA is trading in a bull market. The bull side strengthening and the bear side weakening. So NVIDIA is as bullish as it gets. Looking at this guy, you know, you're looking at the bottom of the bull zone sloping down and the top of the bear zone sloping down. When they're both sloping down and the space between them is not getting bigger, it's just a healthy, solid bull run. So NVIDIA is clean as heck. But, you know, last couple of days, NVIDIA was kind of struggling and, you know, but still holding MHP, so that's really good. All right, I think I have juice outside. Hold on one second. The cleaning lady was here. I was like wondering why there was somebody ringing my doorbell. It is that time of the month. Well, 2 times a month. All right. All right, what was I gonna do? What's up, guys? Good morning. You faded the Trump and you injured and need some help today? Oh my gosh. That's a burn that hurts. I can feel it. To use our platform, do you need a live brokerage connection like Sierra? So, right. If you want to use our platform and get futures data, you need a live brokerage connection to get your futures data in the platform. For equities data, liquidity maps, resiliences, DD, and stuff like that, we'll sell you the equities data ourselves. And futures, just plug in your broker. So you go to connections, connect your CQG account. The bottom left, I use my AMP account right here, and then that just powers it with my futures. What's the plan after 150K profits? Well, the goal is to get 80K in payouts, really. And once I get 80K in payouts, you know, Brett's going to toss me to live for sure. Or they can choose to kick me to live anytime before that. So the goal I had was to have, you know, because you remember when like Pat went live, they gave him like 2 accounts. Womp womp. As good as that is, I want to get 5 accounts fully maxed out. It just depends on how much they give you, you know, how much you have left over after you take your payouts. So my goal is to get so far ahead that as I'm making these payouts, they're like, yeah, let's just move him to live. And then we'll give him 5 times $15,000. That's my goal. So with these guys, 150K is about where I needed to be to assume that I'll have 75 left, you know, whatever left after I take my 80K payouts to get close to 80K. And I'm kind of like a third of the way there on the payouts. So every, you know, as the accounts are cycling, I'm just taking another payout. And hopefully at some point they move me to live sooner rather than later. I'd rather move to live with all of that money than really take 80K in payouts. I don't really care about the payout after taxes. That's practically nothing. So I'd like to be so far ahead that they're like, yeah, let's just move him to live. That way we don't have to pay him the payouts. And I'd be totally happy. If they move me to live tomorrow with the maximum amount they'll give anybody, I'll be happy. Hello. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I totally forgot. You're my favorite. You're my favorite. You're my favorite. Is my card in here? Okay. Yeah, oh, hey. All right. Look at my money. Some. Where did this come from?
That's to get her. You need to go and get 40 more bucks.
That's for the. That's for
her.
For her. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pay her like that. That's what she's.
Yeah. Just like start shredding.
Say hey to chat.
Hi, chat.
Where's our Chihuahua?
Downstairs.
Okay.
He always like hangs out with her while she cleans. He loves her.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. I was dying.
And then I'm about to peace out. I'm leaving at like 9:30ish, so I have still some time. I'm just cleaning up some stuff because there's stuff that she might not know where to put.
Ah, so good.
Really?
Oh yeah.
It's like 2 heads of kale in there.
Really?
You want to see the bald pickle? Pickle?
Are you out of breath because you ran up 3 flights of stairs? That's so nice of you. So Pickle got shaved yesterday. We wanted them to cut him, but they basically. Yeah.
Don't make fun of him. Don't make fun of my baby.
She was crying because she thought she ruined our dog.
I really wasn't crying though. He's making that shit up. He was crying.
She was crying.
Yeah.
Brought him home and he was like completely shaved. Like basically she was like, cut him, and they got the haircut guy. He didn't, I don't know what his deal is. He didn't understand or whatever. She's just like shave underneath him on his paws and underneath his belly. He came back. Here.
He's on his way up here.
He's hairless. And so I don't recognize him at all. But anyways, everyone says hi. Say hi to iDoc, the official mascot of the Rock Scooter stream.
Hey, Lucy.
Does iDoc have a key?
What?
To my heart.
Neat.
A key to the room. I don't know. Do I need to lock on the door? Your FundedNext account isn't activating for some reason. Wait, did you buy an eval or a challenge account, or did you buy a? Are you going to your funded account and get touched? How do I build a buffer? Well, the idea is just to trade really far in that account without actually caring about consistency. So the example is on the $9,000 payout target with my Tradeify, I got my first payout at roughly like 20K. Like I didn't even care about the consistency. Instead of inching my way there, I was just like, fuck it, I'm making $4,000 and $5,000 days. And then I got to like 20% at 20K. And so most of my accounts have roughly, one of them has like 40K, the other ones have roughly 20K, 20 to 30. And so, you know, the profit targets are enormous, but basically I just won so much out the door that it's going to be impossible for me to blow up these accounts unless I'm just an idiot. Like even if I just randomly longed one NASDAQ contract every single day, there's no way the market would fall fast enough to bust any one of those accounts. So basically I could just walk to the finish line now. I sprinted at the start and not have to worry about anything. I could go on a losing streak. I can have everything bad happen to me. Trump could tweet 25 times and I'll still be all right. I'm waiting for buys or sells. Today, we'll see. This is a really solid support on NASDAQ, 18,860. And of course, on the S&P, this is going to be 58.46. The DD bands are 59.28, 58.08. So inside of these green lines, the market's actually stable. So this is going to be a pretty good textbook day today. There's nothing crazy out the door. Base and decay. And I hear Pickle coming through. Hold on. He's here. Man of the hour. Hold up. All right. You guys want to see something? Come here. Come here.
guys.
Look at this dog.
Please, no jokes.
Look at him. Look at my new chinchilla.
Don't you dare make fun of my baby, okay?
Look at him. He is shaved. And all right, he's done. So basically, it's gonna be like a while before his hair all grows back, maybe like 6 months or so.
6 months.
But
He looks like a short-haired chihuahua.
he just looks.
Short-haired wiener.
He actually looks like a Labrador puppy now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does if you give it like a month, he'll grow little whiskies out again.
Mm-hmm.
Wispies, and then he'll look like a lab. Let me see what chat's saying. Scroll all the way to the bottom.
I don't think you want to see what they're saying. Summer cut. Oh,
Looks like a normal dog.
looks like a suede. Next will be a nair dip. Oh no, it'll look like one of those. What is those cats? No, they look like a Chinese crested. You know those dogs that are like without hair on them. For the Houston Summer, that's a golden retriever project. Exactly.
He sold his hair for wigs.
He looks lean and mean.
The boot camp started yesterday, Sam.
Yeah, the boot camp started yesterday, Sam. You just missed the first one, but you come today. Hairless cats are so weird. They're so odd looking because you can see all their little skin folds and everything. All right, Pickle, Mr. Boy.
He's okay. He's still cute, right, chat? Say something. Say that he's cute. He's still adorable.
Up around. He's so handsome. He looks better than before. So much better than before. Used to be. They're saying he's 11 out of 10. Thanks for the juice, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, right at 4. Right in the market closes.
Say bye to you guys before I go.
It's true. No more dingleberries is a huge win. That's what somebody said. No more dingleberries. Nuggets hanging from his fur.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. Bye guys. All right. She was like, you ruined our dog. It was so funny.
Making fun of me.
I didn't say anything. What?
Stop. It's a serious thing. Okay, I was sad.
Yeah. I was trolling her all night too. I was like, I was making like short jokes and just throwing the word short in a bunch and just throwing the word hairless into random conversations. And she was like, stop. But I said, no, he's fine. He'll be fine. His hair will grow back. It's a replay for yesterday's boot camp. So basically the boot camp itself, the video is in the Discord or it's on your Rocket Place dashboard. The actual live commentary where I watched the video with you guys and talk through it is never recorded. Because it'd be like a recording of us watching a recording and it would get like so complicated to really understand what's going on. If you can't come to the lives, just watch the pre-recorded video, which is just as good. So, what am I drinking? Dude, she makes me this, this is like, I started doing this to get healthier, but this is like kale, it's kale, apple, cucumber, lemon, and it's tangy like lemonade, like lemon, like, you know, sour. But it's yeah, kale, lemon, cucumber, apple. It's pretty good. It's like apple lemonade sort of way. But it's we've been juicing to have like healthy stuff. Sam, right at close of the day, bud. Right on the bell rings. Market closes. We started boot camp. Okay, so let me get out my cheat sheets for you guys. Go into the Discord. If you are in the boot camp, you can go to cheat sheets, get out all these little things. We're gonna pop this one out. I'm gonna get the sandwich set up. We got some liquidity pockets hopefully today. We'll trade on that. We don't have any volatility accommodations because the market's gonna be non-volatile today, which is good. DD bands is always a good one to have in front of you. The strongest bull and bear setups, good one to have in front of you. We will review those in just a second here. Monthly maps also, just in case you guys want a quickie lesson on that. Alrighty. And then, of course, we'll just put the liquidity map there. That way we can review it. So DD band, right? This is kind of one of the best setups we do have against these green bands. If you open inside of them at the equities open, it's usually a really good, easy to read day. Straightforward. We didn't have any big ups or big downs overnight in futures. We basically traded down and we're back to where we started at yesterday's close. And inside of here, the band is always a good trade to trade against and exit. Long trades, I exit there. If the market sells off, I'll always buy there every single time. As you can see, outside of the band, no shorting up here and also no shorting down here. I will long from here back up to the band. Here, I'll long for breakout off the band itself. So it's a really great, oh, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Y'all can't even see what I'm doing. Okay. Hi, DD Band. So we're going to talk about my favorite thing in the entire world. This guy right here. Longing off the bands, shorting off the top of the band. So opening here, right where we are in futures, we're back to where we started from yesterday's close. My bad, you guys. I haven't fully had my juice yet and woken up. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So in between the lines are some of my favorite trades. Every single time, long off the bottom, short off the top, only when the ratio is less than half. And the ratio is not going to be less than half. It's a bull market. So this is off the table. Outside of these bands, I don't short on the upside. I don't short on the downside. I long back to band or I trade off the band. So when you have a day where it's nice and flat in the middle, it's relatively clean and stable. This is going to be a textbook trading day. It's not going to be hard at all. I'm going to be likely looking for long, strong pivots off of liquidity pockets, hedge pressures, whatever. Or in the case of the market just sells off randomly, it's very unlikely to break that lower band. That's usually one of our favorite setups in case first pivots fail. So nice, clean open. CPI came out. We're here. We're kind of back to where we started. And the market may decide to try to, profit take a little bit off of yesterday, but that's about as bad as I think it's going to get without any further news. And this is a light news week until the Michigan numbers come out. So pretty nice and chill. DD bands are good. We're going to be looking for zone sandwich trades, which are liquidity pockets. As the market's stabilizing and becoming liquid, we're going to have plenty of these zone to zone trades. You guys like to call that the Arby's because it looks like a, nice little stacked up, disgusting skin fold sandwich as Arby's. If you don't know the inside joke around here, grosses me out because the pictures look weird. I don't know. It's something like triggers inside of me that when I see the Arby's sandwich pictures, I get all, I get like, it's like a horror movie to me. Okay. Anywho, so I love to troll me and call this the Arby's trade because it looks like a hamburger. But basically, you're trading from liquidity to illiquidity pockets. So it's a really strong setup. Our strong setups here, monthly hedge pressure longs, zone longs, band longs. Most of these setups are 90%, and this one's 80% under ideal conditions, which we're likely to have today. Monthly maps, nice and chilling. We're going to take a 3-month analysis of the S&P in a second. Show you guys what it's been looking like. Nice and clean since you guys probably haven't seen a clean liquidity map in many months. But when you analyze each of the 3 pieces of the checklist, you can see right now we're trading in a bull zone right here. Market's bullish. The bottom of the bull zone is sloping down. As you see right here, bulls will be longing more over the next 3 or so months. The top of the bear zone also sloping down. So bears are exiting position over time. And then, of course, practically no volatility until like maybe a little bit there and a little bit at next Fed meeting. So, and then, of course, NVIDIA earnings are at the end of the month. And you can see there's practically no volatility planned for that as well. This is as bullish as it gets, as clean as it gets. That's why when I told you guys, when I tweeted April 9th, as soon as the trade war, unless anybody pulls out of the trade war, we're going right back up to the top. And then any point in time we work out a deal with China, the market is going straight up. We're going straight back to the top, all-time highs without even stopping. So this is where we are. There's very little news to kick this market around. The Michigan numbers are going to come out higher than normal because we still have inflation from tariffs, but it's not going to be the 6% on the 1-year expectation like the last read. So this market's not going to be super crazy. But yeah, we are going to move right back up to the top. So monthly map is a way to see how the options landscape is changing over the next 3 months. So that looks really nice and clean. Pretty exciting. Not an Arby's Circus. Wheeze the juice. Oh, dude. Pauly Shore. Wheezing the juice. Yesterday's class was essentially the opener. The opener is a big eye opener for everything we're going to teach. It basically talks about the statistics of the market. It kind of gets you prepped and ready to understand that the market is based on statistics and everything you're going to learn here is based on stats. So let's get ready to rumble. Okay, Michigan numbers. That's going to be a big news event because that is going to be Thursday, I believe, or Friday. Thursday, I think. Wait a minute, this is not the right week. Is this week? Where is that? Hold on, don't listen to me. There it is, Friday. That's right, it is Friday. Okay. Any CQG brokers that don't require a large deposit, that would be AMP. Nobody just sells the data plan from a brokerage account. They don't, none of them really work that way. I know it sucks, dude. Futures is like, as much as technology is invented and as much as you have like a little plastic box in your pocket that talks to outer fucking space every day, the futures industry is still a bunch of fucking dinosaurs living in the Stone Age and in the Jurassic era, and they literally cannot update their shit to where you can just buy your data feed straight up. It'd be so great if they did. Futures brokers are mostly still a computer in a closet somewhere. It's really like with one person answering the phone. It's like you're gonna walk into a modern day. So they make you do all these hoops and hurdles while the prop industry is like revolutionizing trading. For a lot of you folks, the futures industry in general is just still like 50 years in the past. So yeah, you want to buy data? Well, you got to open a brokerage account, and then you got to connect that brokerage account to a third-party API to connect it to a platform, and then they tunnel your data through. It sounds like a hassle, right? Don't you think you could just buy data from the exchange and then have a little data key you carry around and type that in anywhere you go, and then they give you your data wherever you go? Yeah. Let's all write angry letters to the CME group and ask them to join the 21st century while we can. But until then, it sucks. With AMP, you only need $100 to open up an AMP account. I say 500. It's only 100 at AMP. It's usually 500 with most brokers, but AMP, I think, is $100 minimum deposit. So that's the way everyone does it. Pop in. I put an AMP account, and then, I put like, I don't know, I put like $5,000 in it, so I'll never have to think about it again. And then they just charge you a month for data. I'm showing my age. Oh my God, I know. So when I buy the program, does my computer need to be a certain type? I have a pretty good HP 3 monitors. No, you don't need any kind of program. All of our indicators are server based. So basically the calculation is broadcast to you like a Netflix show. So everything you see on the screen is actually calculated from another place and sent to you. Therefore, you're only limited by your internet speed. Good computer, bad computer, you'll all have the same experience. And I designed Rocket Scooter to be that way. I know a bunch of people that run like NinjaTrader indicator businesses, and their entirety of their Discord is about troubleshooting how horrible NinjaTrader is and helping people upgrade their computers just to run some rinky-dink indicators. So, we were like, let's take a page out of the book of, complexity is going to go up over time. So all of our stuff is coded on the server. So no matter old computer, new computer, your experience of Rocket Scooter should be exactly the same. Do I know anything about Halcyon trader funding? I do not, but I love that word, Halcyon. The calm before the storm. The bird that they would see, the Greek sailors from the old myths. Cool word. Cool coffee shop in Austin too. Do I know anything? I don't know anything about them. Do I use AMP for your personal futures account? One of my personal futures accounts is AMP, but I have AMP, I have an Edge Clear. And I've been using those guys for maybe like 5 years now. Edge Clear. They're both really good. Is there likely to be a washout since everybody is now bullish? Surely they won't take everyone back to all-time highs. Yeah, they likely will. It'll likely go straight there without hesitating. The only thing that could pull the market down would be any kind of countering news to the trade war or any kind of bad news that would come out that would knock it down for a day. Right now, everybody in the world is staring at the charts in Europe. And again, you have to kind of take this with a grain of salt because it's Europe and not us. But once the trade war sort of started cleaning itself up, the DAX, the German Dow Jones, basically, same chart. It's a daily chart on the DAX, same thing as us. As soon as he paused the tariffs in Europe, they had this. Look, they had the same stuff we did, right? Markets crash, stabilize. Trump tweets something, buy stocks now. The market almost sells off and crashes again, and from there they just rally and go straight up to the top because they had an easier path than us with China. And now with us and China sort of kind of clearing the way, there's no look, the market just waltzed right back up to all-time highs and then some in Europe. And so because the economic data around the globe is so good, minus tariffs, the market's back to where it started. This was the only bad news was trade war. There's nothing bad lingering. So it would be reason to believe that our market would likely do the same thing under future promises of things getting better. There's really nothing bad. All the economic data is good. Jobs data is good. Unemployment data is good. GDP otherwise was good before the tariff baked into it. Inflation's coming down. Fed's likely to cut rates if inflation stays closer to 2%. CPI stays lower. And so, right, so there's no bad news to think about. And the market has no reason to come down anymore. And the liquidity maps are showing the market's liquid enough that it don't care. So I wouldn't bet or even think that the market's going to do anything. I wake up and see what the market is, and I act on what the market is. That's what you have to do. The market will tell us, trust me. The market will literally tell you if it's coming down. One of the things would be you break a key pivot like monthly hedge pressure, which doesn't happen. Any of our pivots, as a rule of thumb, that are 90%, 80% that you break is usually a sign that the market's losing structure. Remember, it's hard to predict when structure is going to get broken, but it's easy to see when it's breaking. And we'll know. So what I do is every day is I just follow the herd and expect the market to go up to infinity. And the day that it doesn't, I'll take my small loss and be like, okay, today's the day that market's had enough going up. Which top step account would I get? And is it trailing drawdown? Steve, I don't trade top step. I would choose an end of the day drawdown account with one of our partners because we partner with some of the better ones. Top step has capped payouts. FundedNext, the one that I talk about every day, the one you see up here, has uncapped payouts for end of the day drawdown. So this is like all the rage right now because while their payouts are uncapped, hopefully we can get grandfathered in and get some uncapped payouts before they ultimately maybe change their rules. That's a little too good to be true. So I want to get in there and make some payouts before they do that. End of the day drawdown, very, top step is pretty good, but there's a lot of newer firms out there that are slightly better. But any of our partners are good. Tradeify is a growth account that's end of the day. My Funded Futures has an amazing end of the day drawdown account as well. You don't think it's that rosy? Europe doesn't have new global tariffs. Well, we do, but our new global tariffs aren't crippling the entire nation's financial infrastructure, right? I heard today on the news that wedding dresses are more expensive. Then I tell myself, when you pay like $5,000 or something, now you're paying $6,000 for it. Is that going to keep the stock market from going up? It's kind of spotty. It's kind of affecting some things, not all things. And while you are right, the globe and Europe, like the globe and Europe are two totally different things, right? Global tariffs that are affecting us and other people are going to slow us down, and other people are still going to feel the effect of the tariffs, through proxy or whatever. Everyone's going to be raising their prices to counter this. So they're probably going to raise their prices globally. I think our tariffs with China and everyone's tariffs with us are going to have effect on everybody else. And there's going to be a trickle down effect, I think. But you're right. We don't have the same freedom to waltz back up to the top. But Wall Street is going to price in the hope that we get that freedom later and then let the lack of it prove us wrong. As I always know at the stock market, it always prices in what it thinks could happen, the best case scenario, until it's proven wrong. So Little Blue is absolutely right. Not as rosy as Europe, But in a trading sense, you can see that people are very risk on, betting on the hope that things are going to get better. Remember, Europe, we only paused the tariffs, right, for 90 days till we figure stuff out. You got all these deals going on. We really haven't, pulled the plug on that yet. It's just paused. And the fact that it's paused, it's back up to the top, kind of tells you that Wall Street just has zero tolerance for like bearishness right now. The market just wants to be bullish. People are looking for any reason to bet on the hope of that. But yeah, 100% right. But as traders, we have to say what are people trying to price in? The idea is right now we're going to price in the fact that we're going to have practically no tariffs and no trade war or no big thing years from now, and maybe slight amount of tariffs. Okay. And I think that still warrants us going to all-time highs because all the stock data are coming out pretty good, right? We had all the earnings come out and Apple was good, Amazon was good, So it's kind of like even in this environment, people are still showing some positive growth numbers. And so we're pricing in right now the likelihood of Fed cutting rates as well as the economy just growing. So without the tariffs being massive and there's just these big hurdles, it's just like last time's trade war. It was like brutal. And the minute that like the pressure was off, the market just went right back up to the top and kept rallying like it didn't even happen. And even though some of the analysts at the time were like, yeah, but there's still this and there's still that and there's still like a small of this and small that. Wall Street is like, look, let the numbers prove us wrong. Let the tariffs come in, let the data then be bad, and then we'll start selling this off. Because as soon as the pressure was off and China and America stopped bickering with each other online through the media, Wall Street was already back up at the highs and kept going. So I'm trying to take a playbook out of that year's trading is that even though we are going to have tariffs still, it's not going to be fully resolved. It's probably not going to be something Wall Street cares too much about. As long as it takes the trajectory it's going right now, I think we're going to be probably better off than most people think. And so my bet is that the stock market's going to waltz right back up to highs and at least try to get there. I'm not chasing highs every day. I'm just going to wait. And every day news comes out that's going to dip me to a long pivot. I'm going to take it and go. You guys know how I roll this. Easy peasy. What's up, guys? Don't forget to hit the like button. We had a massive stream yesterday. We had like 750 people show up. I don't know if you could smell my cologne from a mile away. Everyone was like, ooh, this guy. But welcome all new faces. We love you. Thanks for tuning into the stream. We crushed it yesterday. I'm very close to my 150K, my next target. I feel like just the other day that it was at 100K. So now I'm closer to 150K with Tradeify. I really want to get all those 80,000 in payouts and walk away with 5 funded accounts. That'd be really nice. I would love that. Now we're opening inside of DD bands. What I'm going to be looking for today is long pivots off of strong hedge pressures, monthly hedge pressure zones. Let's get BLU. Yeah. Let's get that BLU or BSU or something. Nice little pop-ups. Been putting the word out. Thank you, Chiefs. Appreciate it. YouTube algorithm decided to bless us. Sweet. Okay. Lower DD band is always along as well. Today's the day that we just fade out on some breaks or something. This is the big long pivot to trade back up. If the universe for the next week or two takes us to the lower DD band on some kind of bad news, that's going to be such a great long pivot. So as the market is like inching along every once in a while, you get that kind of sell-off day. Very rarely are we going to break this and keep going in this environment without blowout news to do so. So keep in mind that if I hit some long targets and I fail and take a loss, I'll wait all day for that green line to long it back up. Such a strong pivot. FundedNext refers to copy trading as master and slave accounts. Oh, that's funny. Well, I guess they're not part of the, what is it? The America woke movement where you can't call it a master bedroom anymore because somebody got offended. I don't know. My real estate agent was telling me about that. You can't say that anymore. I'm like, what? So that's crazy. Like I come from the, in the era of computers, you had master and slave drives for your hard drives. Can we not say that anymore? Oh, wait, somebody with blue hair dye yelling at me through my front door. You can't say that. Yeah, like in record. Yeah, like basically in recording as well, right? IDE drives. Yeah, back in the day, you guys remember? Where's all my 90s people at? We would sit there and, have IDE arrays. I was like me in high school. With a dozen hard drives on my computer. You can say whatever you want. They're already at your front door. Excuse me. Hello. Okay, let's go. Session expired. Okay, wait. Hold on. Let me log again. That's kind of weird that my platform logged me out. Hold up. Hold on 1 second. That is so odd. Literally right when the market opened. Okay, let me log back in one more time. All right. How unfortunate. Okay, let's go here. All right, let's get our maps going, baby. All right. Okay, so we're going to be looking at, let's look at this today. BLU liquidity map we opened and kind of pulled back. No pivots nearby in S&P. Resilience numbers are nice and solid as well. So this looks pretty decent for at least support at the close in case we break up into it. But I think that right now there's nothing to trade off of S&P. I'm going to hold on this one and chill. Nasdaq's in the same boat. Okay, cool. So this is an easy setup today, guys. There are two setups that I can take, and the first one is trading from here back up to open. The second one is to let the market kind of clear through that and then fall down to hedge pressures and trade from here to here. That's going to be a really simple setup today. Good. All of our resilience indicators are positive, which means we can support here, here, or here. I'm going to put dots on the chart to show all 3 supports that I have. Here, here, and here. Really nice. Okay, now let's load up my futures. Load up. What is going on with my... That is so weird that it's like asking me to upgrade my data. All right, so my platform like glitched out for a minute here. All right. What is going on? Not logged in. Okay. Let's try that again. There we go. So we are still way far up. That option structure hasn't changed at all. So we don't really have any sharp pivots to trade off of right now. So this is the waiting game, guys. Long pivots off of the box, long pivots off of half gap. Pretty solid. No shorting this, but I'm going to wait to see if I get better long setups. And of course, advantageous longs would take a long right at half gap. And then of course, if we break through this box at the top side, also a good long pivot. Let me draw this a little better for you guys. Okay. You guys having a good day today? Did you have a good day yesterday? Did we crush yesterday? Okay, from here to here, check. Here to here, check. The upper DD band is also a play. Res greater than 0 takes us there, which is good. If anything, the smarter play is take a small long off of this box bounce here to trade it up to the upper band. Do we get 70 points of move today? I don't really know. But the actual kind of stronger setup is in case this fades, which it probably won't. This is absolute support down at the bottom here. Nasdaq has the same exact setup. So S&P has the same exact setup. It's just there's no nearby pivots. So everything looks practically the same. No fading or shorting this. Inside of here. Yeah, SPY's inside of its own box. Kind of the same boat. Resiliences are positive. So market's going to be nice and steady here. And there's going to be some people trying to fade this or short this. The more appropriate setup is to try to at least long it with something on the outside of the box. This is about 5 points of difference. So there's really strong support right here where my mouse is. So I have a hard time breaking this. And if it does, there's just an easy setup at the bottom. So question is, do I want to take the long here? Probably will. I always like to try to take something. Okay, pop something on it. Just something small. In case we get a little breakout case here. Just something small in case it breaks out. Supporting at the open. I was fiddling with my computer there. I wasn't able to effectively get on that. But yeah, I usually chase along at bull long ups right at the open. This is trade number 1A. If you support at the open, you trade an X resistance. And there is nothing until upper band. So we'll see if we get anything off of this. Nice to get some running off of that. Pushing higher, S&P pushing higher. That's so weird that it's logged me out and I won't connect to NASDAQ. Hold on one second. Let me reboot my stuff. In the meantime, watch some ads. I'm gonna load up my platform in a second. Don't forget code Rocket Scooter across the board gets you the best prop firm deals out there. Code Rocket with FundedNext gives you good deals. And I'm just reloading my platform here, you guys. We'll be doing a FundedNext giveaway today. I'm having a blast trading these FundedNext accounts. It's really good. Looks like my trade is up a little bit. I'm liking it. Always take that open on these bull long ups. Can't complain. Trade 1A is always rock solid. Gotta love it. Like I said, some people out there trying to fade this. Remember, gotta follow the plan. You made your first computer in 1991. Very nice. Double tapping and testing highs. That's pretty nice. Let me take profit here first, and then we'll take one more time. I usually trade the next resistance. There's going to be something off of there. We'll wait for just a little bit. I don't usually try to fade this or short this, but I do like to take those scalps right out the door. 1A to next resistance is always the play. That was a good setup, so I took those longs there. I wish I would have got it right at the open, but somehow my platform logged me out. Damn it. Upper targets for continual breakout would be up to here. I usually like to let this kind of play out and test and see what happens. So let me give it a little bit of time to double check. Resilience is decaying a little tiny bit, which has me wanting to make sure I actually keep my eyes on this. So this white line right here is above 0, which is good, but it is pulling back. It is not as strong as it was. It's still above 0, which is great, but now it's dropping below 0 with NASDAQ. So let's find some of the stocks that are pulling back. The intuition was good on that. Let's see who you are. I'm curious to see distance to half cap. Who is on the edge there? Tesla. Apple. Oh, okay. Keep an eye out for some stocks here. Apple and others. Still bull setups, but you know, pressing against that. S&P pulling back a little bit, but still positive. Not bad yet. Negative resilience is not necessarily the best sign for continual push up. So resilience is an indicator that looks at the flux through this white box you see on my screen. Even as an example. So QQQ, I will long off of this box as a support as long as the indicator itself is positive. So where it is right now, it's testing being below 0 and recovering, which is good. But yeah, no shorting this. I did close out my long early because this was actually pulling back, but now it's kind of recovered. So we need to see whatever stock it was that was there, creating that effect. So I'm going to let it bounce one more time, come lower, and see what we do from there. Negative again. Ooh. Now the question is, do I take the risk to complete the move, or do I hold off with negative res? With negative res, I'm going to hold off. So we're going to wait for a little bit. That's one indicator that is showing that there are some stocks that gapped up that are actually filling their gap after this. But as it's trying to fight and stay positive, it looks pretty okay. I wouldn't be trying to fade this at all. Nice, clean, easy scalp out the door. Now we're going to wait for something better. Ideally, the best trade that we'll get today would be if we got lucky and some of the stocks started selling and this were to pull back, this would be an ideal scalp. This trade right here would be perfect. The one thing that I wouldn't do is fade to make that happen. This very much could be the path we go to, just straight up to the top. So kind of is like in that boat of things are good. I took that scalp from here to here and closed out, so I can still kind of be in on this trade. This goes up roughly about another 100 points on the NASDAQ, and then on the S&P, it's roughly, let's see, like 60 something points. So it goes up here, 50 points. It goes up even faster on the S&P. Watching in Cuba, trading S&P. Well, in these days, they're both pivoting the same spot. So I'm watching both of them to get clues. NASDAQ's on my screen now because NASDAQ is the one that was threatening losing its gap. So UQQ was the one that was a little suspect. Still looks okay, though. Nothing too crazy yet. I'm going drawing tool here. It would be silly to try to fade this, but if it does fade, it'd be okay just to sit back and watch it, right? Drawing tools, here they are. Look, get over here. All data points look good today. Greater market is bullish. DD ratio is greater than half. SPY is greater than MHP, and your monthly map is bullish. When all three of those indicators are bullish, it's a straight run bull market, which is nice. Which means we're probably not going to have big nasty crashes in the middle of this. Volatility is in a good spot as well. VIX futures are in decay. We like seeing that. We are looking at VIX futures here. VIX futures are in decay for the month. We are below this, what we call this triple B level, which means this is backwardation midpoint. We are completely decaying off of that. So there's practically no volatility. The idea that the market has accepted its fate, as in we are rallying, is the fact that the VIX is just completely dead. So that's something to kind of take with you. All right. Hopefully we get some sort of tiny little pullback here. I'd like to see the market like scare everybody today. My favorite kind of days is when the market's nice and bullish and it highs and it does something like this, and then it scares a bunch of longs, they get in, and then the market completely collapses on them, and then people freak the fuck out, and then they short and sell, and then right at the bottom we scoop up that long, like get 2 steps ahead of everybody. It'd be so nice if the market just kind of like did this and then did that, and then everybody's convinced that it's selling off, and then bam, I hit it right at the bottom, and then we do that. That would be nice. I love days like this. But in the meantime, there's nothing keeping this from just inching its way up to the top. Everything looks nice and solid, and there is no volatility. So Probably not going to get that pullback. But we'll see if there's a reaction today. People are going to buy the top and short the bottom. Yup. Time to wait. We also have yesterday's close, which is roughly here as support. So I'll redraw the RDZ over here. About right there. And when you have a positive resilience, the white line is positive. This is support. This is a really strong setup. This is a really strong setup. That's a really strong setup. So, you know, pick your poison. I took the long all the way to here, and then the market could continue to like scurry up higher. As you see, there's very little selling pressure right now. But for some reason, I do feel the need to wait. Resilience is, while good and good enough for that long, anything above 0 is good enough for this long, right? It is still something that's like, well, it is fading a little bit. Let me wait to see if conditions get worse for it to take me to a better pivot to trade off of. And I'll be happy. And we'll see. Let's take a look at VIX really quick. That GVXY is a good example of a VIX liquidity map. Keep an eye out that this doesn't pop above here and keep going. Ooh. Ooh. I'm super happy that you guys are supporting the stream, and we have a huge turnout every single day. Look, there is absolutely no volatility here. I might be sad that I'm going to miss out if I'm not in this trade here, but I feel with that resilience deteriorating just a little bit, I want to see if I can get another test. Normally, when this line is above 0, I'll just sit in the long and hold it. There is no fear of this market from here, but I'm going to wait because I would like to see the resilience numbers, you know, 30, 40, or 50. It's 10 and in decline, or 20 and in decline, which means there are some stocks right on the edge. And we're going to watch those today and just see if we get anything like NVIDIA, nice and kind, you know, to us. This market looks good. Tesla, not so hot, but still in the middle. Looking at stocks above or below this white dash line. So Apple, no good. Amazon, good, right? See, it's like a mixed bag. And they're probably going to, Wall Street's probably going to lean to the bull side today. But we will wait and get a better setup. Meta, see, everything's looking pretty good here. Netflix good, everything good, yep. Let's watch NVIDIA. Apple's the only one not looking so good. Yeah, but Apple's the one I'm keeping an eye on. I didn't trade overnight. We went out and had sushi instead. So much better than trading. I would ideally like to see the market hit some of these stronger pivots. Turn the fan a little higher here. It's a really small redistribution zone. Points. This is 83, 40, 40 here. It's only 4 points higher. How much? Yep, there's a little burp up here. A reclaim would be nice. 210? Yeah. I did close out early, but absolutely no volatility on this. This is good. Probably going to walk right up to the bands. I'm just basically on this one. I'm just kind of measuring where they are. Kind of guessing at the open. So essentially like when we open right at the 932 candle, that's exactly where I put the line here. And then I just do some math. Like this is 507.8, 509.1. So that's basically 1.2 or 1.3. So 1.3 times 40 is 53. So I do 153 points lower. Roughly here. So basically I'm multiplying every 1 point in QQQ is 40 points in NASDAQ. Every 1 point in SPY is 10 points in the S&P. No volatility today, man. This market is just absolutely stunningly bullish. Why Dow's less bullish today? Because maybe one or two of the companies in there is not doing so hot. There's a couple of companies that are still, you know, selling. Apple selling. Let's see. Take a look at some of the other stocks. Amazon is in the Dow. It's in okay. Walmart. Meh. Disney. Just like a mix of everything. Let's see. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna look at right now and see what's going instead of going through it. United Health is shit in the bed today. So this is really bad. Like United is actually tanking. So that's one of the reasons. We gapped down and traded down. So I don't know what's going on in the news with United, but Johnson Johnson's pretty bad. Amgen, like most of the stocks in the Dow, it's like 50-50. Half of them are up, half of them are down. Okay, we're gonna wait for something better. Probably the market upper DD band is one of the targets we'd like to look for. Let me double check. There's no yellow lines in the way. S&P has a resistance at 58.81. Okay. Here. That was my exit earlier, by the way. Nasdaq has a 21,325. That's way outside the bands, though. Nothing nearby on this. Nice and strong and bullish. Yeah, no signs anything's bad. Nothing. In just a second, we're going to watch this guy test here and see if that creates any kind of additional support. That can be a long entry as well. Should have held a little bit longer. Right there. Nice, clean, easy day. What's up? Good morning, Gamma. What's up? Stocks are looking good. All data looks good. Bullish, 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 bullish. I don't know. Just again, this is just a post CPI. You know, basically melt up. We're still moving up to highs, basically because of the trade wars looking pretty solid now. And I think going to all-time highs without hesitating, without a news event to bring us down. Markets have a really hard time selling out. VIX is in just absolute decay. And we have VIX options expire next Wednesday. And the idea that VIX futures are just kind of like plunging. I mean, this is insane. We've dropped to 18 of VIX futures now. And this is lovely. It can get a lot crazier, trust me. There is no volatility in this market. There's no stock selling either. Everything's just holding the fort and looking good. All right, speaking of that, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go run to the restroom real quick. And I will, give me like 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Actually, I'll leave the screen on. Hold on. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm eating my breakfast real quick. I don't want you guys to hear me like smacking on the mic here. All right, guys. So in this kind of mode, right? Trust and I say we're not missing out on anything. The market's going to do something. I know we're kind of like melting up and I'm waiting. I got that scalp out the door here, but I still am kind of just waiting for something to happen. I still, the market's probably not going to sell off, but we are waiting, right, to see if anything good happens. It's hard to take an entry into something like this, but we do know the market is going up, and we know the market's probably going to all-time highs. The problem is that I need an entry to trade off of, and I'm always going to wait for something better. I am missing out on this little piece of it. Well, I don't have a good place to enter. The market's, there's no pullback, there's no anything. So I'm just waiting for something good. What up with Dow? United Healthcare is like shitting the bed today. It's down like 15%. So that's a huge part of the Dow. And I don't know, I wasn't watching the news, but What if it breaks upper band? It's likely not going to break the upper band without a huge fight there. But the upper band itself is also a long setup. If it breaks upper band and supports there, it is also a long setup. But for some reason, this just doesn't feel like it's very tradable today. Right? Very mechanical, very straight move, walking straight up. This feels very short squeezy if you look at the way that it's moving. And honestly, I know we're probably going to get some better setups inside of here. I think that by the end of the day today, wherever we land, we'll land somewhere close to here, I think. I'm just waiting for something like that to happen. But yeah, there is nothing nearby to trade off of. And it's weird because we're like so far above all of our other pivots. Normally you get a really good setup. Just trading off the open to DD band is one of our good prime setups in a bull market. And S&P is not close to its yet. I mean, there's plenty of room for the S&P to go. Nasdaq kind of became a little overstretched here. S&P has a key pivot at 58.81. Just keep that in mind. Absolutely no volatility today. I'm just monitoring that range it was trading in. United Healthcare CEO stepped down. Is that the news? Ew. Now we will wait. The way the market curves up means that it's a short squeeze. So when it's curving up like this, they basically huge short covering. That's what you're seeing. Upper band right there. And there's that first target right there, upper DD band. And if I was long, that's where I would cover my longs, by the way. First Nasdaq pivot. You should read that next. Would be about right there. Okay, I have to target on NASDAQ. So let's take a look at S&P. S&P's got a little bit of ways to go, though, still. Let me find drawing tool here. Right. Absolutely. Just complete short squeeze. Everybody that was trying to short against the trade war now getting unwound, leading up an expiration. It's the most kind of simple explanation. The market's just melting up. Nice and bullish. Nice and clean. No real like high volume momentum here. Just basically, you know, post CPI. CPI came in really good. You know, it's not reflecting high numbers or trade war or anything. I mean, you know, low twos is good. Probably the Fed cuts rates is good. I mean, this is it. So this is the first possible pivot. I don't expect any downside from here, but this is the first pivot. This could very well just bust and keep going. This is actually, believe it or not, is a long entry point on the chase upper DD band if it does bounce. But I normally don't chase into this. I let it support up in here, and then I'll take a second stab. But for some reason, because I don't feel any power momentum to this, I'm just kind of waiting before I take any kind of risk on this one. Where is that first pivot there? DD band's a really strong pivot. It's only 4% of days. We'll break above the band and keep going. I'm here really quick. So the odds are basically 4% of days will close above the band and 96% of days will close below the band. So long trades, I usually end at the band and I don't bet any further than that. So basically from here, I wouldn't fade that, but if I was long, I would be exiting my long there. That was a nice clean run. Who took the long today? I took a small part of it. And Nasdaq usually doesn't end the move. The S&P is what usually ends the move. Good job, good job, good job. Clean and easy, man. That was such an easy setup. Even here, Nasdaq, while there's a little bit of resistance, is not at all coming down. S&P has a long way to go. Usually that finishes the move. We think the move has moved hard, moved far already. The S&P still can complete the move 30 points higher. Very strong day today. What is I know. All of our pivots are so far away, so there's really nothing to trade off of today. Kind of just squeezing up a no man's land. So I'd like to see something like, love the market to give me something fun to play with, but I just feel like a full jumping in near the top without having any pivot to trade off of. So the band itself can be a pivot to long off of if it does support here. We'll wait and see. This is just incredible. I told you guys, we're waltzing right back up to all-time highs. There's going to be pretty much no stopping this market. We're not that far away either. It's just incredible to see this much. So by the way, guys, my calls, the ones I held on to, the ones I didn't hold on to, the ones that I bought way back in the day, let me tell you what they would be worth today. We're going to do some heartbreaking commentary. So the actual calls themselves, they were 510 QQQs that expire on Friday. They were at $6.95. I bought them at 40 cents. I would have 17x'd my money. It would have been worth $868,000. I made 50K though. Who would have thought the trade war would have been resolved over the weekend? I would have made $868,000 with the calls I bought. At least I didn't lose it. Well, I mean, at least I didn't lose the money, right? They expire on Friday. They were QQQ 510 calls that I bought back on April the 10th. That expired this Friday. And it was like 2 weeks ago that the theta burn was faster than the delta gain. I was like, well, you know, we got like a week or two left. I don't think we're going to solve the trade war anytime soon. So it's like, let me just exit these calls and call it a day. And then took my 50K profit. I left $810,000 on the table. Hi, Doc. I know you weren't listening. Damn it. I was talking, all I did was talk about this trade all day long. I was telling her all day long, like, this is the trade. This is the one. We wait for this one. And I was like, you know what? Let me just take the profit I do have and call it a day. Yeah. I would have 17x'd my money with the 50K I put in. Incredible, right? But, you know, in my defense here, I was actually starting to see the writing on the wall. The idea was, you know, I would look at 510 by expiration. And it was, I bought them back here on this day, and then I bled a whole lot of theta, and then we're sitting here and the market's like trading up and trading up and trading up. I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna get to 510 by Friday. Because, you know, I mean, obviously I was looking at how much we move per day and things like that. And I go, well, you know, they haven't even met the talk yet. I was like, okay, so I'm a little advantageous on this trade war. There's no way. Then out of the blue, they're like, oh, we're going to meet this weekend. And then they met this weekend like, oh, we have a deal. And I'm just like, what? I was actually betting on that happening at some point during the month. And I just saw the market going absolutely nowhere fast enough. But I knew it was going to go up. My problem was that my timing was off. I didn't think we were going to get there fast enough. So to risk not losing the full 50K on the trade, I was like, whatever, I'll take it. I 2x'd my money instead of 17x'd my money. But hey, Better than nothing, right? No one expected Trump to back down completely on like the last day in the last minute meeting. Yeah, nobody did. Nobody did at all. It's insane. Taking long at Aphrodite bounce, it's very possible. I know for something about today just being like short squeeze field, I'm not feeling a lot of momentum on this. I kind of just, every part of me just wants to stay out of the side. Hello. You leaving?
Yeah.
Have fun.
I won't.
Bye.
Bye.
When are you coming back?
Tomorrow.
Cool.
Alright. See you guys. Happy trading.
Thank you. He's going to like Alabama or something. Somewhere this way. Georgia, Alabama, somewhere. Just to fly out, host a dinner for like 25 people, give a presentation, then come home. Easy life. I'm an incredible power right now on QQQ. That's crazy. Is that my wife or my friend? Just my friend. I met her the other day at a bar. She stays with me now. I'll have to get Pickles a gherkin. Yeah, she's not going to get a Birkin. She's going to get Pickles a gherkin. Mississippi. Oh, Mississippi. That's right. Mississippi. What bar? That's a good question. What kind of bar would I have met this girl at? Probably a jazz bar. She likes to go to jazz bars and sit there by herself with a cocktail and then like wink at the saxophone player. Seriously. You'll find her just like chilling by herself in a corner listening to jazz music where nobody can talk to her. Where's Pickle? He's downstairs annoying the maid for sure. All right. The question is, what do I want to do with the upper band? Do I want to actually try to take a long here and trade this? We'll see. Not picking up much volume on this upward move. This is just a general short squeeze, so there's really not much play off of something like this. We pushed up into CPI, and then we just kind of, blasted off of that. I probably would. I know it sucks because sometimes days like this, you don't get a lot of activity to trade off of. And even though the consensus is up, I need a place to pivot off of. So that upper band is a long pivot to try to trade off of. If I get lucky, I could take it. But I think right now I'm still not convinced I want to chase it from here. I don't think we're selling off. I don't think they're fading at all. I think the market's going straight up to all-time highs. But I don't think it's as tradable as I'd like for it to be. I hate jumping in without a good pivot to trade off of. And the market gives you plenty of good days to trade off. There's no reason to risk it. But this is just some lovely movement today. I mean, just look at that. It's beautiful. Remove that short button from your platform. So there's downward movement, probably to support in here and see where we go. And then this could be halfway point of the move that we can keep going slightly higher. I'd say we're about 1%. 1.5%. That overnight MHP dynamic was nice and clean. I don't know if you guys took that long from here overnight, but that was really good too. That was a super trade. All dips are going to be bought. The problem is I don't know if we're going to get a dip. I mean, obviously we're going to consolidate, but I don't think we're going to have any kind of like big dip today. Probably from here to here and then test and then stay high. Like I said this morning, you know, Europe is giving people all these ideas. The market's just going to go all-time highs, you know. But man, 800 something $1,000 on that trade. And I told you guys the whole time, wasn't I in the boot camp last time, just screaming that I'm going to 10x my money. I'm like, I'm going to 10x. I'm going to 10x. I just thought I picked too soon of a date. And I almost contemplated rolling in to another month out, because I knew they were going to resolve the trade war at some point and Trump was going to buckle, and I had that thesis right. But man, ooh, those options, man, I would have been super happy with that play. Is Terry Black's the best barbecue in Texas? It's really good. I wouldn't call it the best, but it's really good. In Austin, you got like, there's a bunch of good places. Like, you get Style Switch is good. Franklin's good. IDOC likes a place called, I think it's called the Salt Lick. I've never been there though. But anywhere in like that Austin area barbecue, like it's gonna be really good. But Black's is good, man. It's fun. It's probably one of the top 10 in Austin for sure. Y'all haven't heard from Slacks? Okay. All right, I'll follow up. I don't know any barbecue in San Antonio. I'm texting you from Houston. I actually never spent a lot of time having barbecue in San Antonio. Usually when you're there, there's so much Mexican food. That's kind of what I always partake in. I took a long right out the door here. Well, the question is, are we going to get any action off of this? Everything rock solid. All of your ratio is good. All of your resiliences are good. There was like no hesitating on this market. We'll be doing a giveaway in about 30 minutes. Today, we'll be doing FundedNext giveaway. FundedNext is great. I just got a funded account with these guys. After like 4 days, they're this brand new in future space. So they've been around in Forex for a while. They're hitting the ground running with some really killer rules. It's end of the day drawdown, 40% consistency, no monthly fee, no activation fee, no payout cap. You can DCA. I mean, it's like too good to be true. They basically try to win in every category. So I'm like, I'm going to go get, you know, as much money from them as I can. Giving away 2 accounts of FundedNext today in about 30 minutes. So guys, hang tight when we do our little, prep for that. It isn't activating. What do you mean by activating? Get touched. Like when you buy your challenge account or when you go funded? You have to be a little more specific there. Can't place a trade on MMQ. It says I need live market data. Okay. Did you sign your data license agreements? Lance says I'm scaling in with 5 different DOMs. I'll be willing to verbally say when I'm scaling in with each DOM. Sometimes I'll let you guys know if I'm, but most of the time I'm in the zone and paying attention. You can kind of, and I'll let you guys know, like I got in with 2 more accounts. I got in with 3 more accounts. Yeah. Honestly, just talk to customer support over there. I'm sure there's just one thing that you need to do or something. Is it a fun, like I asked you earlier pre-market, I'm asking you again right now, is it a challenge account or is it a funded account? You have to answer that question. Just curious. And they're also, you know, on the other side of the world, so their time zone is going to be slightly different. Yeah, if you try to trade it, you should usually pop up and ask you to sign your data agreement. It's in a... Are you on the desktop or are you on the browser version of the platform? If you're in Trade of 8, try logging into Trade of 8 in the desktop version or the browser version. Like, try the other one, and it should pop up for you. Challenge account. Okay, browser. Log into the Trade of 8 desktop and see if it triggers, like, the data agreement. You just have to sign your agreement. What kind of tech support? They'll let you know. But that's probably what it is. Usually every time you sign up with a new... yeah. Each particular prop firm is a different license you need. Oops. All right, I'll be right back. Hold on one second. Microsoft is planning to cut 3% of its global workforce. Oh, wow. Gotta be right back, guys. We are back. All right, guys, don't forget, while you're chilling, make sure you know that you can use code Rocket Scooter everywhere you go for all your favorite prop firms. We get the best deals in town, and proceeds go to getting you guys more accounts to do giveaways every single day. We do giveaways every single day. That's the theme here. Vira took over while I was gone. What happened? What happened? What cool happened while I was gone? Anything? That's totally great, man. I need a break. Ooh. A little bit of pullback here. And the question is, what are we going to get right here at the top? Do you guys think? You promised you 3 free accounts. Amazing. So wait, you come in here and you take over the stream and then give away all the accounts. That's amazing. See, not only took over the stream, but took over the stream for y'all's benefit. That's a charitable guy right there. Could have just taken all the accounts and ran, but decided to steal everything and give it away. That's amazing. That's a good quality person. I would be okay with that. Do I trade SPX? I don't. I just trade futures. All right, guys, let's get the giveaway bot ready here for a second. Let me get all that set up here. You guys know the drill. Are you sure I'm not Tony Stark? I'm not sure about that. People tell me that I look like him. Type in FundedNext, you guys. Hit that chat with that. So 4% a day should close above this green line. 96% of days will close below. Not saying that I fade it or short it, but just saying it's a low probability event from here to keep going. And that, you know, we usually, S&P hasn't completed its move. This could be the middle of the move as the S&P still has room to move. So in the meantime, let's watch the S&P. Man, I wish there was just a pivot to trade off of. That's the thing. No pivot to trade off of. Other than just technicals and chasing. I wish I had a good pivot. Dang it. If you guys got into the boot camp and you haven't Laxon responded yet, just hit me up in Discord. I'll take care of it. Giveaway in 8 minutes, so chill out for just a little minute. Get that FundedNext typed up. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. Boom, boom, boom. We didn't even pull back on the pivot to long off of. Nasdaq has a final destination of 21,324 for today, at least. I would love to have grabbed the pivot. I was sitting there waiting all day for this to touch the screen line here. All right, you guys ready? You ready to do this? I'm like extra tired today. I don't even know why. I have like a weird feeling. Like just fatigue for some reason. All right, guys, let's get ready to do this. I forgot I have like a little bar here now. Okay, move this right here in the middle. You guys ready? Ooh, 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 ooh.
The hedge pressure resilient. Support in the bullseye.
Sorry about that.
Everything
Wait, hold on, wait. Gotta do the thing. Hold on. Gotta do the thing. Ready?
The hedge pressure resilience. Support in the bull zone. Everything rocket scooter. All you need and all you want.
Two winners are gonna be FundedNext 50K accounts, I think.
Rocket scooter's the best. Rocket scooter, best system in the world. Rocket scooter, rocket scooter, rocket scooter. Rocket scooter, best system in the world. Rocket scooter, rocket scooter.
All right, two winners of this today. Trader Mindsets. Good job, good job, good job. Good job. You have 1 minute to type something in chat.
And the market's turning. Think I'll buy some support. Man, the hedge pressure. Think a llama scoot up north. Woo! Whoa! Under Mars. Oh!
Congratulations, man. One more, one more, one more. That's it. Two drawings today. Relatively mild. Spinning. 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 And J Dizzle. What's up? Congrats. J Dizzle. Congrats, man. Yeah, I have 1 minute to say something to those of you that won today. So we give away accounts every single day. About this time. Sometimes 2, sometimes 5. Just depends. Come here every day at 11 for the account giveaway. J Dizzle. There you go. Okay. 2 of you guys, go to my Discord. Here's the instructions. Description below has a link to Discord. Go there. Send me a message, Matt, top right of the Discord. Take a picture of your YouTube account. top left of the screen so I know it's you. And then from that, you send me that picture. And then send me your email address. And then that's it. And then go make your account with FundedNext. You got to do all those steps within the day. And you'll get your account by tomorrow. Good job. Congrats. Who came to the boot camp yesterday? Did you guys enjoy it? Did y'all enjoy the boot camp yesterday? Just curious. That's class 1. You got 19 more to go. Glad you guys enjoyed it. Man, I would love to see this market. Now that sounds crazy, but I would just love to see this here and trading off of that. I love to trade off of my strong pivots only. I hate jumping into this nonsense at the top. It would be so nice if the universe just like threw a bone at me and was like, here you go. You can have it. Any pullback is going to get bought. I want a good one. That is okay pullback, but man, I want something good. You guys said, loved it. Great boot camp. Good stuff. Boot camp was S tier. Thank you. It was brilliant. So you liked it. Oh, thank you. Class 1, always a banger. Get everybody going. People entered a competition that's ended relation and trade. Y'all are being funny. Congrats to the winners. So that in target, this is what's called an illiquidity pivot. We teach a class on this, and it has to do with, let me show you the technique. Make it really quick. So whenever you have a big move up or down, right? Let's just talk about like some examples here. A big illiquid move, there's a way that you can predict how far that event is going to move the contract. Now, again, it's a whole philosophy that goes into this, but basically, if you go to our platform, it'll give you a number. If you click this table at the bottom left, it'll say, hold on, let me find it really quick. YL, that's the line we're looking for. Let's do a NASDAQ example. 1750. So we'll do 1700 on the dot. So I'm going to make a little box of distance 1700. Okay. Just draw 1700 on there. And make that 171000. Okay. And then what you can, let me do this over here off to the side so you guys can see this. And this box will measure a certain distance from an event. So an example is, let's find the last event that's created this kind of effect. And I think we might have had one. Off of here, I don't remember if we actually wrap that up, but. It goes in tandem off of another technique that we teach that draws these red lines on my screen. You see them? As long as that red line isn't touched, which it wasn't, we can actually extrapolate that move further. And there's basically, it's an exploit of something called the margin buffer limit. And what happens is after a certain movement on an event, the dealers are so far upside down in their initial position, like they hedge, of course, but an example is anybody that's long or short, including the dealers, will have maximum loss of value in that trade right there. So at the peak of that, we're going to draw a yellow line, and that's where they come from. I'll show you how cool this trick is. One of the best tricks that we do have. It's one of the first tricks we created way back in the day. And I'm going to take the same this little thing right here, and I'm going to go back in time and put this on the last one that we had. I didn't exactly draw it, but I have the mark here. And you'll see from this event where it started right there, we'll do the same trick. Can't see without my glasses. Do the same thing here. And you have a line there. And you'll notice a really neat thing happens. This line becomes a rock solid pivot when you get to it. Like there's just absolutely interaction with it. And today, that exact pivot is where we actually resisted off of the CPI and then broke through it eventually. But you can see that the pivot itself causes resistance that distance from a move. It's such a cool, neat trick. To tell you what's happening there would require you to understand what these red lines are. But either case, it is a powerhouse predictive trick to find out how far the market goes when you're at all-time highs. So I drew one there, and let me complete the line here. And once you see this, you can't unsee it. It's that good. You're going to see every time you tap these little yellow lines here, there's going to be an absolute like resistance pivot. It doesn't mean it's going to sell off, but it means there will be some kind of resistance. Like you're going to tap and there's usually just going to be like, now again, we busted through it on a news event, but you can see in the overnight, that was the resistance before we got the news to go with it. But going back in time, you'll just see that they're basically predictive pivots and they're really good. Let's go all the way back. I have a ton of them for S&P as well. So the S&P, here's an example of the last move up. S&P had one here. As you see, we hit it, resisted, hit it, played. That is the resistance that you got to break through to keep going. The S&P had another one right here. And the S&P also has another one over here, which I'm actually been lazy on and haven't been able to catch up with these. But let me do this last one. What's happening is that the contract has lost 99% of its value on that particular move that's created what's called an impact, or we call them illiquidity pivots. I'm not sure if this, yeah, that qualifies as one right there. Okay. So this little technique is going to let you predict higher highs and lower lows very accurately. So this one has created a move in the same sense, and the top of that box is going to be another pivot today. So that is S&P's next level. And these are futures things. So we utilize this to find where pivots are when the market is kind of moved out of bounds, and they're great pivots to play off of. So this would be like the final move today if we were continuing to go higher. So this would be like 59.42. And over here with the S&P, that is very close to right up here. Close to DD band. Let me show you how cool this is. Let's go back in time. I have deleted them since the not impact line that creates them is gone, or else you like retrace the move. What you'll normally see is I'll delete the yellow lines, but I keep the boxes. There's history of them, and you'll just see, look how neat this actually is. So let me like draw, like here's one right here, and you can see that right across the board, that's the pivot. See that? So from this one, it forecasts a pivot here. We're trading at all-time highs, and these are tradable pivots that project in the future. This one was here, but the market popped through it on news, and you can see we rejected and the high and tested against it. Let me show you some better ones. Let's go back. So usually what I use them for is as the market's rallying, I usually exit my trade at the top. So if a day bumps into a yellow line, that's usually the end of the day. As you see right here, I'm just moving my mouse across the page here. See how there's pivoting action against it right here? And then this day it rejected and sold off on it. They're really solid pivots. This line right here goes all the way to here. And you can see for like 2 or 3 days, we're resisting it once, resisting it twice. So it just kind of shows, and then and this one right here is the peak of that one. So you can see it's like right on the edge to the right. It's a really cool trick. There's a lot going on under the hood with that one, but it's one of the favorites here. And you can see this one right here, the S&P got close and started pulling back last night. And then today we broke through and we have another one nearby. So like when I say without anything else to trade off of, I tell myself this move can continue to go to right there, basically. That's how that works. Support in the bull zone. Man, I'm so tired today. I feel like super fatigued. I don't know why I'm so fatigued these days. This is what life is like being drug-free. Caffeine-free, for the most part. Alcohol-free. Nothing. You start to really, instead of just burning through, you start to feel age creep up on you. Just tired all the time. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what it is, but I feel super fatigued today. Yeah, you missed the giveaway. It's a full moon yesterday. Oh. Oh my god. Cupcake withdrawals. Yeah, I probably need something to eat. I just don't have any good setups today. Market just inching forward without anything to trade off of. I don't have a good pivot. Ah, man. You slept on purpose so you wouldn't have to take a trade, never doing that again? Oh, that's funny. That's one way to avoid the market. Let it close, bring up something good. I know. Yo, man. I want something good. Let me see here. Friends, who already bought something token in the pre-sale? It's very profitable to buy tokens in the pre-sale. Oh, wow. Yeah. You're a fucking idiot. People still get scammed by that stuff. Oh, bless their hearts. FundedNext, it's over, buddy. No more giveaway. How much an average do I make per month? Like through general stuff or through just trading or through business or through what? I think I cleared like 100K last month. No, wait, hold on. Oh, my options trade. My personal account, probably 150 to 200 last month, something like that. Let's see, 50K in options. Well, again, you know, Tradeify, not all of it's paid out yet, but probably like 150,000, yeah. And affiliate stuff and business and all that's another mini 6 figures, so I pulled like maybe 300K last month. Like that. Something like that. Yeah. Again, I'm just guessing in the ballpark. I don't really look at monthly, month to months though, until the end of the month. Well, I mean, this was like the Tradeify was, I don't know how much I made last month. I'm just guessing. I think in the account so far, I think about maybe 75 of it was made last month. I'm just guessing. I made like a 50K options trade. And then I made a bunch of trades in my personal account. Did I go to college? I did. Where is my music here? No, I don't. Yeah, I need a good entry. Pardon me. Sorry for coughing in the mic there. There's just no pivot to trade off of. We're kind of floating in no man's land. My brain tells me we're going to go to upper DD band, but I have nothing to trade off of. That's the crummy part. And I'm looking for something to trade off of. UVXY is making a second attempt at hedge pressure and rejecting, which is nice and good for the bull market, nice and clean for the drift up. I don't really have anything to trade on. The problem is that sometimes in days like this, the market just irrationally squeezes higher on a short squeeze, and they don't give you a good pivot to trade off of, other than just jumping in somewhere. And on moves like this, I need to find a place to jump in on, but we don't really have much to go off of. Nasdaq cleared through upper DD band, nice and clean and easy, and then that's what normally that is a good strong pivot to long off of. So today I'm actually waiting. You know, I was actually waiting to tap it earlier. We didn't get close to it. This is a nice trade to pivot off of as well. Somebody said something. You don't even have an entry till now, dumb. No. I was trading right out the door, you idiot. You're dumb. I longed here and closed there. That's it. And I'm just waiting for something better. I'm in a cranky mood today. To get into day trading, learn how to day trade from somebody that can show you their stats and then learn from them, like whatever it is they have to teach. Hopefully you learn risk management, position sizing is like the most important part of day trading. A little breakout volume there. Patience is key. Always. Always, always, always wait for something better. I know it's hard for some people that have never seen somebody make money as a day trader actually maneuver the market. It's a lot of waiting, and it's a lot of planning, and it's a lot of waiting for your best opportunities. I only trade high probable pivots, so you know, while the market's moving and going up, somebody newer to the game would be like, how do I get in on this? Let me jump in on this, right? And for me, it's like I'm gonna find something that makes more sense. I always do well, and waiting for the right setup is always the thing you want to do. Yesterday's talk was fire. Glad you like it. You advise a lot of high school students that major choice is more important than specific college. Obviously, major puts plus a good school is ideal. Yeah, like no matter what you do, is as long as you do something that's challenging and prepares you for whatever it is you want to do in life. Like I went to engineering school. All that did was teach me how to solve problems and how to work through things, how to be patient. You know, all the skills I have right now, I'm sure I learned in school. It doesn't matter what school you go to, you know, you're going to learn everything from a textbook. You need a concrete pour for a gazebo in your backyard? Dude, that sounds nice. Bored to death, gym time. I know. Like I took the long ride out the door and I kind of just didn't do anything from here. I didn't expect the market to go DD band and keep going, but this is a powerful move just for today. I thought we would actually just kind of bounce around and stay flat, but the short squeeze potential is real. We're probably walking right back up to all-time highs, like basically like Europe did. What are my future goals? Right now this year, one of my goals is to finish up work on the Rocket Scooter trading platform, the platform you see on the screen. I'm working on creating a really extensive backtesting module that's going to allow people to get probabilities of setups printed on their charts based on backtest results. It's a huge project we're doing, so we're revamping everything to be able to do that. It's a big thing that we're working on right now. Apart from that, my goal is to get a live funded account with all these prop firms just to say that I did it. Not that I need the live account to trade with, or I'm even caring about that any more than I can brag on social media that I'm the best to do it. It's all for bragging rights. I want to be able to say I'm top of this leaderboard, top of that leaderboard, or whatever. That's my goal. So I want to be able to get funded with these really extremely hard trader funding program accounts and get there. I want to try to get at least a funded account with every major prop out there that has one. IDoc and I right now are talking about investing in certain things. Like right now we've been kind of doing the math on opening a pickleball court and a boba shop. So we're basically starting up, investing in a few people we know and a few businesses we know of. And then maybe do some leisure travel. It's been a while. I entered the Robbins Cup last year and it was an absolute joke. The Robbins Cup, literally 0 people trade in that Robbins Cup. It may seem like the Global World Championship of Futures. I can't imagine there's more than like 40 or 50 people who play that game. I entered it last year when all the influencers were saying they're going to enter, and I entered it just to beat them all and show that I was like competitive with all these people. And then I got to the top 5 on the leaderboard, and I found out through, everyone's own admission that nobody actually really entered it. Who said they were going to enter. All these people are like, yelling at each other, you enter, you enter, you enter. And then everybody's like, okay, I'll do it. Okay, I'll do it. And only like a handful of people actually entered. It was all smoke and mirrors, and I found out that I was playing against practically nobody. And then I lost interest on continuing to trade that account for a year, and Robbins takes like 40% of your trade as commission. It's ridiculous. With all these fees and API fees, it's kind of like Tradesman Matt made a video uncovering like how stupid it is. And then he was like, this is dumb. Nobody's here. He's like, me and him are like the only people that were hanging on to the contest when like all the 10 or 15 other influencers never even showed up to it. So then I was just like, well, screw this. I'm not going to lose my money to commissions all year to beat a bunch of, like 40 random people that are still left. There's not a lot of people that actually enter it. It's kind of promoted as a big thing, but nobody really, it's not that big of a deal, to be honest. It's more like marketing, I think that it is, but it's such a small contest. I even talked to the Robbins guy himself, and I was like, if you made your commissions more affordable, I can get 10,000 people into your contest. And he's like, well, we have our commissions the way they are. I'm like, dude's struggling for money, man. That's why they do that. To bring people to their brokerage. And then they charge an arm and a leg on commission. The most expensive broker on the planet. The contest is absolutely not worth it. But basically I was like, how much marketing, will this bring me if I go in there and continue to press and try to win this contest? And I looked at previous winners and nobody cares about them. Like 0 people care. So I told myself it wasn't worth my time to ever do the Robbins again. Instead, if there's another cooler, more appropriate futures contest where everybody actually enters and there's a cool prize and all that, it'd be worth it. But so Tradesman Matt was like basically flat on his account. He was like basically, not losing money from his trades, but he was like completely hemorrhaging money from commissions. He's like, even when I close a trade flat or even or whatever, he's like, I'm still losing a massive amount of money. He's like, this is so stupid. And he was basically in the same boat as I was. He's like, I entered it for fun. I entered it to compete with everybody. And then like, nobody's here. And how boring was it? A bunch of influencers basically like talked it up so they can get views. And then they actually were they're all big pussies. They didn't show up because they don't want you to see how terrible they are at trading for like good reasons. You know, everybody that talked about it, 0 of them manned up. They were all a bunch of wusses. And I'm like, I'm here. I was like, bring it on, guys. Matt was like, yeah, this will be fun. This will be just a cool, honest, good competition. And then everyone's calling each other out, never showed up to play the game. So felt a little cheated there. But you know, for future reference, I have 0 plans on ever earning the Robins Cup again. It's an absolute joke of a contest because you can open multiple accounts. You can basically trade in both directions. They only show the top 5 on the leaderboard, so you can't see the rest of the people bust and blow up. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm curious how everybody really did in that Robins Cup. The fees are just too ridiculous. You're new to trading, so even if the market's going up like now is a great moment to trade because you cannot make educated guesses on where it's going. That's a good way to think about it. While the market is going up right now and the market is going to be going up over time, the fact is from here, I don't have a place to take a trade from. The market has not given me a place. I don't like to long at highs and chase in. I like to wait for decent pullbacks at least so I can get a good trade off of. And so right now the market hasn't given me anything, so I haven't done anything yet. I think Trump is about to speak. Maybe we'll get some movement. Danny trades enter the Robins. Did he, or did he say he entered the Robins? The crappy thing about it is there's no actual leaderboard. It doesn't even update in real time. It updates the top 5 people like every other day. I remember when I got to the top 5, I think I was in like 4th or 5th place. And then it took like a day or 2 for it to finally reflect. And then somebody bumped me off of it. And then within a week or so, I was like, this is dumb. I quit. I was up like maybe 50%, 100%, something like that. I don't remember. But I'm not going to lie. Nobody you know enters that contest. It's a bunch of people from around the world that trade it. It's a bunch of pretty decent traders there that do well for themselves. But Robins Cup is basically an advertising mechanism. And the winners of the Robins Cup are basically pressured by the Robins people to become like this guru for them. Basically, they have this other side service that okay, here's the thing. And I got a long phone call to finally disclose this. They had in their contract, like all these extra things. It's like, there may be some fees for this, and this, but they don't disclose what they are. And when I was checking my commissions, I was like, well, I'm trading micros. I'm like, how come I'm losing 40%, you know, like, of my total profits are like going to fees and commissions. It makes no sense. I was looking at it and there was a fee, like a commission fee, all the standard fees and futures, right? You have broker fees, clearing fees, NFA fees, you know, standard stuff. And then they had like their own CQG had a fee because it was like CQG data. Like you guys have a CQG fee on all your trades if you use CQG. And then of course there was like another API fee. And I was like, that was the biggest one. I'm like, what is this fee for? I thought CQG was the API. He's like, oh, we have another API. I'm like, well, what is it? And he's like, oh, well, let me check on it. Guy didn't even fucking know. The owner of the company didn't even know. And he comes back and he's telling me, oh, it's like, well, we have this service that basically what happens is people can sign up for it. He's like, hey, let me tell you. And he pitched it to me on the phone. He's like, what you do is you become a trader for us, and then you tie into this API, and other people can subscribe to you and allocate their portfolio, 10% Matt, 10% Joe, 20% Bob, and then it mirrors y'all's trades in their portfolio. And he's like, this cool new thing we're doing. I'm like, actually, there's like 50 services like that. But the API in the Robins Cup is that same API for whatever it's worth. So, and then when you win the Robins Cup, they want you to be like, Robins Cup winner, follow their trades now, subscribe for $19.99 a month. And that's exactly the whole purpose of the contest, is to pluck gurus out of it and then have people pay to copy their trades. That's the big womp womp at the end of that. There's no glory for that. And even while I was in the contest, he was like, hey, would you like to sign up? You have a big following. And I'm like, no, I wouldn't. That sounds like there's a million services out there. And I don't think anybody who's, you know, age 70 or younger would pay this much commissions on their trading. Like, you're not even competitive. It's like obscenely high so that you can support this other third-party service. I'm like, absolutely not. I'm not. Yeah. So the point was that they want the winners to become like poster child for this like guru copy trade service that they have. And there's a bunch of services out there, like modern ones, that have come up with the same idea. You basically, and I get reached out on Twitter by them all the time. It's like, hey, would you like to become one of our things and make a commission, make affiliate? All you have to do is people sign up to you for, you know, you set your price, we take 10%, and then they can follow your trades and it mirrors your trades in their account, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, I've heard the idea before. No, thanks. Would have been a good idea for the streaming era. Yeah, probably, right? People will just follow a streamer now. But that is where the obscene fees are for that actual API. And I'm like, but you're not even using that API. People aren't copying my trades while I'm doing the Robin's Cup. And like, so why would I be charged the API fee? He's like, well, that's just how we do it here. And I'm like, oh, okay. So it's like in their technology, it's a blanket thing. The ridiculous fees is that you're actually paying for that API with every trade that you make. So apparently if I was one of the gurus there trading for them, I'd also be paying those fees live while I'm trading. Yeah. No thanks. But nothing personal against it. It's just a terrible business model, I think. And not something I want to be part of. Undisclosed fees, like right at the door, it doesn't even say these are your commissions, these are your fees. I had to call the owner, and the owner didn't even know. And the owner had to call somebody and check. And that was really suspicious to me on top of it, as in like, who's really, you know, maybe he's just not like that ingrained in his company technicals. Maybe there's other departments that run stuff or set things, but he was like, I don't really know what this fee is. Let me look it up for you. And I was like, but you're Joel Robbins. I'm talking to you on the phone. I don't know. So let me get back to you. Okay. Who makes the decisions over that? I don't fucking know. He seemed like an older gentleman. Nice guy though. Nothing personal against him, but yeah, they just, it feels like a brokerage that started like in the 80s or 70s. Where's my freaking mouse? Oh, here it is. Like an older brokerage that just never modernized, never got with the program. All these discount brokers popped up and they're still like full price, like it's the 80s, you know? So I vowed, I'm like, I will only ever join that competition again if there's somebody that I hate in that contest. I hate, but like, I don't hate anybody, but like somebody that I just want to wipe the floor with. I'm like, sure, I'll jump in and compete. So I can just say I'm better than XYZ person, sure. But other than that, I was looking at past winners and their social medias. Like past Robin Cup winners on Twitter have like 600 followers. I'm just like, you win the Robin's Cup, nobody marches you out on their shoulders with a parade, you know? Like a rival. I don't think I have any rivals though. But yeah, like all the Twitter influencers are like yelling at each other, you enter, well you enter, okay, well I'll enter if you enter. And I was like, oh, I'll enter guys. Count me in. Like I'll play. It'll be fun. Muhammad, if you don't mind translating that, it's English, maybe in Google Translator so I can understand you. To host an Influencers Cup. I thought about creating my own trading contest after that. Would be fun. But I realized that nobody would enter it. My experience with the Robin's Cup is as follows. Every single person on social media or on YouTube, for the most part, is bad at trading. Almost everybody. Nobody's good at trading. And their businesses solely require you to believe that they are decent enough that you'll pay them or watch them or whatever. But nobody out there wants you to see a long-term performance record of theirs because nobody out there really crushes it. It's literally that bad. You might think, well, no, there's a lot of people that are good. No, absolutely. I can't name one person on social media that I know that's like, here's my year's performance. 0 people. Here's what I've done all year. I mean, I don't see it. And so I assume that most people just don't want other people to see that they maybe just do okay or that they don't do well at all. Maybe a lot of them just do okay, but they want you to think they're amazing at it. And so they don't enter contests because they don't want you to see that they're really bad. And that's kind of what it is. Ty shows, I've seen Ty's stuff. Tyler posts stuff. But very few people out there are going to like let you watch them trade a contest over like a year's worth of time. Because they don't, you know, they don't want to get heckled for not doing so hot, you know. Which I get. I was very shocked because, you know, there's a Precious, the guy that works, he does our videos. He also was doing like, you know, as a reporter, just following the Robbins Cup. And he did this thing at the end of it. He's like, where are they now? Sort of thing. And there was like 25 influencers who all were like saying that they were going to get in on it. And he posted like, here's the tweet that you said, why didn't you enter? And he's like, where are you? Where are you? And it seemed like everybody else just dodged it for whatever reason. So. Like, I mean, straight up broker statement. I mean, like, here's my brokerage. Here's how much I made. It's all, everyone always has something they'll show, but it always seems to be like chunks or pieces. It's never really like a complete. The biggest way that people do it now is the influencer scam of here's my payout. That's kind of the newer way to do it. Here's my payout. Well, how much did you pay in? You know, they don't really tell you. How many times did you blow up? Well, I made $100,000 with Apex. I made $50,000 with this. Well, how much did you actually put in? Did you actually profit? Yeah, I know I made a payout. People say the word payout instead of profit, and you can't really lie and say I made 50,000 profit if it's a $50,000 payout. You know, regulatory bodies require you to post your profits as net performance gains. You actually can't post gross performance gains. As a matter of fact, if you said I made $1,000 in profit before taxes and fees, you can actually get fined for that. You must, when you're reporting profit, it must be net profit. They're very strict about that. Now, they don't crack down on every influencer who's basically lying, but when you say payout, sure, that's not a lie. You certainly made a $3,000 payout, but how much did you put in? How much was taxes? You know, if you were to call that profit, you know, your $3,000 payout might actually be $200 a profit, you know. So a lot of people out there have that same kind of game running now. They're showing payouts, not profits. So Trump speaking. Oh, what's he saying? Let's bring up Financial Juice. I'm just such a tired, like, I'm super tired today for some reason. I don't even know why it is. Trump calls the China agreement a breakthrough. China has agreed to open up to the U.S. for trade. China has to do it. We'll see what happens. So he's just recapping like what they did do. I almost doubt he's going to bring us any bombshell news to sell the market off though. How do you bring your account to 1 million? Just slowly grind it out. To me, I think I love seeing somebody's journey, like start to finish. Like you see my stream titles, that's the journey. Every title is like the previous day, where we are today kind of thing. Trump come with a giant green fuck you candle right out the door for everybody else trying to short this. I wish we'd get a nice red fuck you candle to dip me to some kind of pivot I can trade off of. That'd be nice. So usually when you have this kind of consolidation and breaking out, this is your new support area. So whenever the market does pull back, this area I'll be looking for to possibly trade this. That is what I'm looking for today. I'm still waiting patiently to get something. I took the initial long out the door. The gap fill was really nice and easy and clean. But other than that, it was just they're too far away from solid pivots. I didn't really have much faith on chasing a high post CPI. But even though I do feel like the market was going to go up, I always try to make sure I get good pivots to trade off of. Thank you, Sue. You're still in other groups thinking about quitting all of them and focusing on Rock Scooter? Cool, man. That'd be good. Yellow line nearby. A little bit of pullback looks kind of nice. I'd like to get a little bit more than that, though. Just saying a good entry. I know, right? Love to see it. Give me something good, man. God, I want that so bad. Gimme, 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 gimme. It put the baby to sleep. Looks like nothing changed. You need to put me to sleep. Oh my god. Probably since that first move. I mean, we have the market's barely done much ever since we had that first move up, and we're kind of just inching forward. I am just absolutely waiting for a nice little pullback to take a long off of, but we'll see. We'll see if we get anything good. Like I said, patience is key, and you guys will learn with me. You just got to be patient. Whatever you want is always going to happen. That's the rule number one of trading. Whatever you want to see will happen. I promise. Never doubt yourself. I'm using this time to sign up for 6 total FundedNext accounts. I got 1 to funded. Now I'm going to do 5 more. So that's what I'm just doing here while I'm chilling. So I might as well do that. Get my FundedNext ready to go. Embarrass Monkey Paw. Oh no, I would never play the Monkey Foot song to try to bring the market down. However, if I want to push the market down to a pivot that I want, would be kind of nice. We need a Monkey Foot song. The Monkey Paw makes the market rally. The Monkey Foot makes the market dive. Resilience taking one small little test towards 0, but still kind of hanging in there. Let's see if I can't get my 6 FundedNext ready to go. Nice bull market, be nice and clean. A good time for me to let's see what we got here. All right. Dude, I love FundedNext. It's crazy how the unlimited payouts, dude. I'm ready. I'm gonna go for like the biggest, fattest payout I can get. Like, I want to basically be in that boat of, you know, taking 6-figure payouts, $1 million payouts. If they're uncapped, I'm gonna build up a balance, build a buffer, and just slam it. You know, be nice if I could do that. Play Nickelback. Yeah, play some Nickelback, and the market's certainly. You know, it's funny. I'll tell you guys. I have this theory about Nickelback, right? Like, everybody thought the first couple times I heard Nickelback, like, oh, these guys are great. And then after like this 10 millionth time you've heard, never made it as a wise man, and you were like, oh god, I hate these guys. And then you rejected listening to them. And then now if you go back, you haven't listened to Nickelback or Creed literally for like the next, you know, for like the last 15 years. But if you go back right now and listen to Nickelback or Creed, you're gonna love it. That's not a sign that we're getting old. That's a sign of the music actually is pretty damn good. You just hated hearing it because it was so in your face all the time. And every Nickelback song sounded the same. But if you go back and jam out to it, like I was listening to Creed the other day, because my buddy is like a huge Creed fan still, and I was like, shit, I was like, Creed was pretty good. I was like, okay, why do I hate these guys so much? You know? So it's like when you go back and listen to it, you're kind of like, man, this was actually pretty damn good. Just like, it sounds like classic rock now. Like when you hear it, you're kind of like whenever you were a kid listening to your dad's classic rock, it sounds like classic rock now, but it's pretty good. That's what sold it to you. Wait, what? Going for that fat payout? Yeah, the uncapped payout. That's the only reason I'm like, you know, I'm pushing them pretty hard while you guys can see that the uncapped payout may not be something that lasts until a couple of us, you know, drain their bank accounts. Maybe they'll change the rules, but until then, you know, it's a space race. I've always wanted to be first. I was like, you know, when Apex came out, how cool would it be to be like the first trader to say you made $1 million with Apex? Uncapped payout, I'm like, that's my new goal. iDoc is like, play Nickelback. That's hilarious. Exactly. ES support point. We don't have one. That's the thing. There is no support point on the S&P. There's nothing. We have an impact red line, which is about right here. That is support. That's basically the place there can be a bounce off of today's move. Like down in here is probably a potential long pivot. Nasdaq is the yellow line at 1325. So I'm just like literally chilling and waiting. I'm answering questions that you guys are asking me about them. So whenever, you know how like in certain prop firms, you can delete account and just start all over or reset. So with FundedNext, if you buy an account, it's usually active immediately to trade. And they have like a 1-day holdover if you are to reset an account. And you can't reset funded accounts. You can only reset. So I'm getting all the rules for you guys. You can't reset the funded. You can only reset the challenge account. And you can't basically like delete your accounts and start over in the same day. You can't delete your accounts at all. You can only reset them. And then, because somebody was asking me, you know, if you reset them, how long does it take to where you can trade them again? So it's like you can trade them the following day. So after the new futures market opens, you can retrade them. People tend to change their mind about song when artist dies. Well, that's kind of true. They'll definitely change the rules at some point. Right. And the only thing that's going to keep them from becoming like top one, which is like Public Enemy #1, people see them as like Fast Track Part 2. Like people are fleeing from top one since the like basically the third strike with most people. They got in some heat with their multi-level marketing scheme where they basically hired some loser influencers to push their brand. Like people nobody knew, and they were like very aggressive. I mean, like small to medium-sized people. And they were pushing it and like, hey, bro, get in. And if you get in, you can make money. It was such an obvious multi-level. And then people were kind of like, ugh. And then one of the guys one of the people on their staff was making racist comments online against Asians. So then that started a problem. And then now the retroactive rule changes to people that are already in accounts. You're already in account. Fuck you. We'll give you a refund though, but okay, that was strike 3 for most people. And strike 4 for me was when they banned Brett Simba because they didn't like some of his commentary on Twitter about strikes 1, 2, and 3. They were like, okay, well, you can't trade with us anymore because we don't like what you're saying about us. And I'm like, all right. See, the retroactive rule changes, it makes sense to change your rules if your company's at risk because you're the fucking dingleberry when you start the company and don't understand that, you know, well, maybe they understand. Let's bait people in and just change the rules at the last minute. But you should make it to where people that sign up after that point face the new rules, and people that are already in and their long commitments and working out their accounts for months don't say, by the way, fuck you, we'll give you a refund though. I think that burned bridges with most everybody that was in the program. Updates on Apex? Yeah, what do you got, Joe? To me, that was like, yeah. Like, cannot enter in the same direction within 2 minutes. Is that a top 1 rule? What do you got for me, Joe? What you got? Give me the tea, baby. Oh, that's horrible. Within 2 minutes? I mean, that's not the worst, but that, I mean, that kind of sucks. I don't know what they're trying to achieve with that. It's like a battle against somewhat of a DCA, but you put in a request for Wednesday night today, finally approved after sitting on pending the whole time. How much? That's pretty good. So there's only a delayed payout for what? Oh, Wednesday, and today's Tuesday. So it took like almost a week to get approved. 3 to 5 business days to get approved. That's always kind of shady, right? Tradeify has such a solid like system and rules, and the payout caps really help that it's automated. Like, I love how Tradeify does it, but they're never gonna go insolvent because Tradeify doesn't pay out that much, but they pay out consistently, which is why I like them. You're not gonna get $1 million payout with Tradeify, but you're gonna get paid. You know, I put in a payout request and I get approved in like usually less than an hour, and the money's in my account that night. That's what I like. Kind of sucks that it's 3 to 5 business days. That just kind of shows that Apex is reaching these limits where people are figuring out how to game the prop system now, and the prop companies with the uncapped payouts are at risk, right? So they got to slow down. You know what they have to do in those 3 to 5 business days, right? Just enough time to run a 90% off sale and bring some funds in. I feel like, you know, 90% off sales with Apex are triggered by Jade Cap and Pat Whelan. You know what I'm saying? 3 to 5 days, and in that 3 to 5 days, so they have an 80% off, 90% off sale. A comedy of the prop industry. Apex is on my list, but I don't really. They're basically not. I don't recommend them anymore. They're not bad. They're not bad at all. There's just too many prop firms, and you know, when it comes to uncapped payouts, I'm gonna lean in the FundedNext direction. Apex is still one of the better ones out there. Nothing against them, but I like to kind of find a firm that's not showing their hand of like, okay, we're struggling. They're cheap and they take forever. And that's just because their model makes it to where it's variable cash flow. They're going to take big hits every once in a while. But yeah, Apex is still good. Nothing bad against them. Eddie Vedder's solo stuff is good. Yeah, I do like all of Eddie Vedder's solo stuff. Put a song to crash the market. What was Joe Biden's favorite song? Since Donald Trump rallied the market, what was Biden's favorite song? Maybe if I played it, the market will sell off. Let's listen. What was Biden's favorite song? We gotta do something that Biden would like. Joe Biden's favorite song? Does he have like, what do we know about the guy? Cotton Eye Joe. Can I just eat an ice cream cone? I mean, like, give me something that's not Trump. And we have to do the opposite. Give us a pullback. Probably Beyonce or Taylor Swift. Joe Biden's favorite song was probably like America the Beautiful or something like extremely like patriotic. We're talking after you set up your rights account, you're getting the money that day. Once you take, thanks for Tradeify because I started using them once you mentioned them, and so far 2 payouts fast as heck. Yeah, Joe, like my favorite so far as quick payouts goes. I haven't used everybody yet. I heard my funded is quick as well, and but Tradeify is all automated. That's the best part. There's no subjectiveness, and they're not at risk because they're not really like, you can't come in with Tradeify and request, a $200,000 payout. Every 10 days, each account can request $3,000. So, they removed the payout window, which made that more frequent. But I mean, it's $3,000 hits that they're taking repeatedly. They're never going to have any reason not to make it automated and fast because it's not really a big payout. Think about. Biden's favorite song was Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. That'll put me to sleep if I play it. America Anthem by Gene Shears, Joe Biden's favorite song. I need Google. The America Anthem, it is something patriotic. What is this? Never heard of it. Play like a minute of it. Well, maybe I'll get copyright, but I don't care. The America Anthem by Gene Shear and the West Point Band. Okay.
Centuries have brought us to this day. What shall be believe? America.
Oh, this just sounds like even the video is exactly what you think it would be. It's like a montage of people doing American things. That was Joe Biden's favorite song. Oh my God. It's very much like, you could just imagine like, people saluting the flag to a song like that. It's very much as patriotic, an eagle flying over in slow motion. A bunch of people playing basketball at a park with somebody grilling hot dogs. It's like super America. That's his favorite song, huh? I can imagine Joe Biden listening to that. I mean, that's why he was sleepy all the time. It's a very sleepy sounding song. Put on Nickelback? No, because the market's going to rally if we put on Nickelback. We need a pullback, dang it. Van Halen's Ice Cream Man? Oh, that would actually be really funny if you listen to Van Halen in general. Biden's favorite song would have to be Good Golly Miss Molly or Rock Around the Clock. I would think he would like music from the 50s. Grilling hot dogs, your favorite part of America? Yeah, I'm throwing a Memorial Day party. I'll be grilling hot dogs and burgers all day long. Ooh. Do I think it's going to go down from here? No, I don't. I don't think the market's going to go down. I'm just waiting in case it does to take it long if I can find it. From here, there is no actionable trade. Outside of the DD bands, whenever I'll tell you guys, this is my rule. So outside of these bands, I don't do anything except for long. I long only, and I long only at strong pivots, monthly hedge pressure, bear zone top, bull zone bottom. That's it. Or the band itself. There is no pivots above here to chase. I let it pull back and then make my decision. If it does, it does. I don't bet that it does, but if it does, I get a decision. If it doesn't, I just miss out. There are literally no pivots to trade off of. So I've got nothing. That's the sad part. Sugar, we're going down by Fallout Boy. Yeah, that'll pull the market down. You had a favorite DJ, EDM, DJ, producer? Me? Oh yeah, a ton of them. I think my favorite, I like, oh God, I like some of them. I like Sebastian. I like the Swedish House Mafia guys. I like all of them. Sebastian Grosso and Axwell. I like all those guys. My favorites, old school, Calvin Harris, like old school, I liked Audience, one of my favorites now. Metal all day. Illenium's cool. I like Illenium, but Illenium is, I went to Illenium concert at Red Rocks And I was so bored to death because Illenium is cool. Like, I like Illenium's music, but it's not heavy. It's like pop music. So it's kind of like being at a pop concert. And so I was, you know, kind of like, it was a mellow time in an Illenium show. Metal all day. There we go. I'm a metalhead too. But yeah, I listen to a lot of EDM. Let me show you guys my EDM playlist. See if y'all like some of this stuff. How do I do this? But that was a cool show at the Red Rocks, the Illenium show. I'm not saying it was a bad show. It was an awesome show. It just isn't you're not going to be like, you're just going to be kind of like swaying back and forth and be like, oh yeah, I love that song. Let's see. Swedish House Mafia. I'm just reading straight down the list. Basement Jacks, Eric Turner, Calvin Harris. Going straight down. Tritonal. Kygo. Life Facilities. Cruella Adventure Club. Bunch of Calvin Harris on here. Old school stuff like Ferry Corsten. Marshmello. Madeon. I love Madeon. Big fan. Bunch of random stuff in here. I'll just all end up in this playlist. Zed. Nicky Romero. David Guetta. Porter Robinson. I got all the good stuff in here. Seven Lions. Myron Garrix. Cascade. I've seen Cascade like a dozen times. He always does on a good show. Rufus. I love Rufus. Avicii. Avicii's probably one of my favorites, I'd say, at the top of the list. Did y'all watch the Avicii documentary that came out not too long ago? That was pretty good. Pretty good. It was sad too. Like, I didn't know what he went through exactly, but I didn't know that when he came out with his album, like his newer album with that, you know, with the sound that was kind of like a completely different sound with like live musicians and stuff. People were so brutal to him online. He never recovered from that depression. And it ended up like changing, like every other DJ after that started copying that sound. But wake me up when it's all over. And then, you know, people are just like, the hell is this? Like, this is not what I came here to roll on Molly. This is like country western music. What the fuck? And then basically they were brutal to him online. And then he was like a wreck ever since then, like basically trying so hard to get everyone's approval and obsessed with like reading comments and stuff. And that ate him alive. I was like, man, poor guy. Cause like basically that sound is everybody's sound now. Everybody has that kind of like light hip hop, country, western kind of like indie sound to all their, you know, dance music. Even like Post Malone sounds like that these days, you know. I respect the Mouse. That Mouse is good. Yeah, he's good. Way ahead of his time, yeah. Galantis. What else do I got in here? Cash. I got so much in here. I got like so many. I wish I could play better music than like the chill music here. I wish YouTube didn't care, but I have the best playlist, dude. My metal playlist is like top tier as well. Trump just moaned and said, "Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince." Oh, wow. That's pretty nice. I'm falling asleep. This market's boring. Nothing is changing. Resilience is slightly less powerful. There are some stocks that are being pulled back, but it's still, everything's still bullish and nice and clean. And 5881 yellow line is where S&P support was broken, and I'd like to see at least overnight this being support. But I don't think we're gonna get any kind of movement from here. This is just basically after that first hour of the move, the market's just flat and boring. And that's the boring part about trading, is a lot of times it's just waiting for something you want. I would love to see, now there is resistance here at this 324 level. I'd love to see that move the market. Yellow line is usually a resistance trade. Let me double check that that's the right number. It was all the way back to, wait, did that, does this one even qualify? Hold on. Did we ever break this level? That's an upper target here. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, that is not a line anymore. No, this doesn't count. That is not there. Not there. That is not correct. No longer count. Doesn't count. That doesn't count. Turn all this out of here. 15,000 to get that low, only on 16,000 and some change. I'm just cleaning up. I'm updating my chart here for a minute. Yeah, that doesn't apply either. Done and done. Okay. Hi, Doc. Are you in Mississippi yet? Are you still there? Did you make it yet? $22.84. Yeah, it's way up there, huh? Yeah. Actually, let me show you guys how to do it. Trying to clean these up a little bit. All the way back to roughly is there and there is here. Okay, do we have something back in here? Okay. There's also one here. Yeah, 22,264, way up here at the top. We'll check. Let me double check there's not any like gap fills or anything too. I'm looking for upper targets. I don't even know what these lines are. Up here, that's it. How many futures gaps still open? Red line still there. Oh yeah, we still have some targets here. Nothing here. I usually really good at updating my charts, but this one, not so much. Okay, that's good. I want to get a pivot off of this bottom area here. So I'm going to just wait until I get it. It might take all day, but we'll see. I know, boring day. Because it's starting to turn up just a little bit, but there's not enough volatility to make the market move. I don't think we're going to get a pullback, but VIX is breaking through MHP. So be careful here because volatility can creep in with VIX in a bullish liquidity pocket. So, or bullish liquidity map. You can kind of start to expand that range a little bit. That would be kind of nice to get that area that I want to long from. But at least for today, you know, this is probably, you know, market inching higher. It's looking good. Like there is nobody not ready to jump in and buy the dip. Every single dip is getting bought up. So it would be so nice to get a solid pullback, but it's not look like it's happening. Even that little move there, which is looking promising, gobbled right back up. Extremely algorithmic. You can see on a tick chart, there is just the pricing mechanism of the S&P and NASDAQ is just tracking the stocks so nicely. It's not even really like anybody's selling off or like buying it naturally. This is just this non-overlapping green candle is kind of nice. That's on the tick chart. S&P cannot really stop until upper DD band, which is very close to here. Doesn't mean the market's going to pull back on its own, but basically anything can happen. News can come out, anything can happen. Trump can say something. What I do is I wait for the pivot I want. Trust me, I'm going to tell you guys, you know, I don't maintain a high win rate by being goofy. I don't need to make 10 points scraping the last bit of this. I'm just going to wait. Even if I took the long out the door, which was a good setup, but even if I miss the rest of this, it's not really that big of a deal. I've done this long enough to have rules. So basically my rules, I follow them very strictly. I don't, outside of these bands, no shorting and strong long pivots only, I will trade off of. You'll always get a pivot. Always, at some point, even if it's the last hour of the day, there will be a pivot somewhere. The R&R is not that good to jump in here. I usually wait. Long and forget. Dude, I was the first person long in the market. I bought the dip back in April. I feel you're preaching to the choir. Can I explain the consistency rule? It means that no one of your trades can be any bigger than that percent of your total gain. So if an example is, if you made $2,000 with a 50% consistency rule, then each of your trades needs to be $1,000 or less. That 2,000 total. So basically, if the profit goal was 10,000 with 20% consistency rule, then no single trade could be over $2,000. However, if it goes over, it just makes the final target further away. So they just make your total profit go up a little bit. Can it increase over time? No, the consistency doesn't increase over time, but your profit target will. So an example is if you have a 20% consistency for a 10,000 target, that's 2,000 per trade. If you make 5,000 on accident and you busted that, what it means is 5,000 is the new biggest trade. So your biggest trade can't be more than 20%. Therefore, with a $5,000 bust over, then it becomes 5,000 divided by 20% gives you 25,000 is your new target instead of 10. So if you go over consistency, your big profit target just gets bigger. All right, so my options, what they would have been worth had I held on to them. Heartbreaking, I know, but let's look at it. 50K is still a decent trade, but let's see what they are worth. $885. I would have 22x my money. Oops. It would have been worth $1.1 million today. This morning they were worth 800,000. Why? My heart can't even handle that. I took profit way too early. I didn't think they'd solve the trade war in a single weekend. So let me show you the trade I did. I'll show it to you guys. I'll show you all the, if you guys want to see it maybe in the boot camp, I'll show you like all the entries and exits and stuff. So basically what I bought was way back here, right here on this day. On this day right here, I loaded up on 505 and 510 calls for May the 9th and May the 16th. Okay, which is expiration here for QQQ. Oh, hold on. Let's have that on logarithmic chart. And so like back in here, it got to a point where it was like, okay, I'm never going to make it to 510 by then. And while closing out was the right choice for the 5.9 because I didn't get 505 on the 9th, which was last Friday. Didn't happen. So those would have expired worthless. But the other trades, actually, so it wasn't actually 1.1 million. It was actually probably half of that. So now I think about it, it's probably about 600 something thousand. Because I forgot, I did have a significant portion on the 9th, would not have made it. The rest of them were 505s and 510s for this Friday. And who would have thought we would have met and hit that trade war? And I thought about yesterday jumping back into, those same calls, but I didn't do it. I was like, damn it. That would have been so great. So great. The puts. I bought the puts going into the weekend just to hedge. They just expired worthless. So I basically was longing the market and then buying puts to hedge just in case we got a surprise up on the trade war. And if we didn't get a good meeting on the trade war when they talk about it, like with China, there wasn't a good result from that meeting, then the market could have nosedove. So I was basically hedging myself, and the market, we came in with like, hey, we got a deal, by the way. I was like, oh man, never would have thought of that. So I thought we would get improvements, and I was just ready to see the market go higher, but we were not getting any momentum. Probably because the market makers don't want to pay me out. Total scam. Knew it. Totally knew it. They were bleeding my theta just so they would have to pay me out. The perfect timing would have been just going in the moment. I learned something today. Like, normally what they did last time was they would meet and not work out and meet and not work out. It was just a big shit show. But now I've learned that Trump doesn't want the market to fall, and he says they're going to meet. It's just like when he says buy the dip, buy the dip. When he says time to buy stocks, it was clearly time to buy stocks, you know? He literally has no care anymore for making it subtle. Your July 515 are in the money. How much are you up, Benny? Are you closing at 50 delta, or are you holding through it? 5x? Oh, nice. After you said buy the dip, how much did it go up for? A lot. Like, it hasn't stopped going up. You're debating on taking the money and running or risking it? I don't think the market's going to sell. I think we're going to run to all-time highs. I think that even now is a good time to jump in and buy more calls, but I don't really have a gauge on where we go from here until I see how the market responds. There's no volatility, and the VIX is just absolutely nosediving. So this could be just one of those crazy rallies where the market goes up and up and up and up and up and up and keeps going. Like, what if we hit 550 tomorrow or the next day? Honestly, with a nice trade like that, I can't tell you what to do, but if I was still in, I would just hold and see how far it went. Like, if I had the ones I had for Friday, I'd still hold them through Friday. How do you get DD bands to load on a Thinkorswim chart? We don't have so I don't understand your question. DD bands are in our platform. I don't on Thinkorswim. What do you mean? You can only get it, Eric, from our platform. We do have somebody in our group made an indicator. There's a channel called Bots and Indicators that has access to some tools people did make for Thinkorswim that allows you to just type in a number and it will draw them for you in Thinkorswim. It makes it kind of nice. They've made some tools in that channel for Thinkorswim that like allow you to put like type in the hedge pressures and stuff, and it'll plot that for you as well. Okay. $241. All right, so S&P getting close. Not there yet, but 12 points away to finish off the move to upper DD band, and that would be basically the final spot for this like long setup here. Oh, so on Thinkorswim, Eric, you can make like anything in Thinkorswim to basically just draw on your chart. Somebody made an indicator called Doomsday, and it's in that bots and indicators channel, and you can get that. Long, Robert, it's all long today, dude. There's no shorting today. I'm just waiting for a better entry point instead of just trickling up, picking up pennies on the way up. I mean, for the last 3 hours, we've just been sitting here at the same spot, really just kind of like moving within like a 10 or 20 point range. I'd like to see the market give me something better to trade off of. This is just, you know, it's difficult to find an entry on. But yeah, Eric, you can use that indicator, and then every day you just type in the numbers. You get the numbers from this table, and then you type them in, and then it'll just draw it for you. Today's volume is low, just because this is a short squeeze move. It's not a like a you know, volume fueled rally. It's just basically shorts being squeezed out on the fact that the trade war is probably going to come to a resolve. So the market's probably going to push all the way back up to highs without even stopping. Yeah, there really is no pressure. There's no selling pressure. There's nothing. Stocks are doing really solid, really fine. Trying to finish the move there. I mean, 10 more points in the S&P. Resilience just took another bump up. You're roughly about 30, about 70, give or take. This was what I was hoping the market was going to do like weeks ago whenever they were resolving the trade war. And it's like hoping my calls would be climbing on that kind of movement. But man, I think this morning I could have even jumped back in on the same trade because those calls are up maybe like 400, 500% just today alone. Delayed data and trading view with TPT? That I don't know. You might have to sign your agreement with them to basically to get your live data. So make sure you've signed all your data license agreements. Let me double check this. That right there. Let's say like the upper, like a kind of like a proxy pivot off of S&P from here. 17 to 27, about 40 points from here. Nasdaq, which should be probably 60, give or take. This is about where the S&P's DD band is going to be. All right. What's going on with the S&P right now? New support area being inside of here as support for like over the next couple of days. So inside of this range is the opportunity now. Like scalping this last little bit, not worth it. I am waiting for something better. This grinding is bringing the RSI down. Yeah, at least after that big first move out the door, I haven't done anything through here. Just kind of waiting to see if I can get anything better. Like all the indicators are good. Everything's long. Everything's pointing up. We're at the exhaustion point of the S&P move, which is right about here. And the question is, normally I don't trade outside of DD bands unless I get a really strong pivot. So that is my rule. I know it sounds kind of boring, but consistency is all what I'm all about. And outside of here, I only trade off of my strong pivots only. I don't chase little dips or whatever. Even though it can continue to go up, statistically speaking, this is just a slow crawl higher. I'd like to trade off of a stronger, longer pivot, but we don't have any. So in NASDAQ, the only strong long pivot we have is actually from there itself. So I like to wait just in case the opportunity is there that we do, for whatever reason, make our way down to there. That's the pivot for the day, but I don't think we get there, but anything's possible, right? By proxy, the S&P peaks its move right there at about 360 on NASDAQ equivalent spot is about where the S&P's DD band is, by proxy. So thinking about right here to finalize the move on the S&P. Kind of feels like this is kind of topping material right here, so maybe we can get something good. So bored. I'm so bored. Maybe we'll go to the pool again today. Do magic tricks to fill the void of waiting for these levels. I know. Today I already feel tired. Like I don't have any energy today either. Not even any energy to like entertain or talk or sing or be goofy. I'm just like in a blah mood today. Probably because I didn't get my eggs and my waffles or my cookies. Plus, it's also knowing that I could have made $1 million on a fucking trade. And I closed out early. That $50,000, I'm never touching it. It's bittersweet. I'm just gonna take the 50 grand I made and just put it in a jar somewhere and never look at it again. It's a victory, but tastes sour. How long before you should quit for the day? Well, I never quit for the day. I always watch it and wait. Like, always watch, always wait. There's always an opportunity somewhere. There will be an opportunity somewhere. Just trust it. Whatever it may be. Bears will probably want to short off at 360. Bulls will wait for something better. If not today, something for tomorrow will be really good. This day, the likeliness of a pullback is really small. There's no evidence of it. Nothing is weakening. The stocks look good. The 50Ks that you made in 2 years digging holes. I mean, it's better than nothing, but man, it's like... My whole thought was when I bought them in April, I was telling you guys, I'm like, I'm going to make $1 million with this trade. You guys remember me saying that, right? And I was hoping that we would rally a little faster and we just inched our way higher. And it got to the point to where any delta gain was offset by theta loss. So I was basically spinning my wheels. And I was like, well, I'm not going to hit my expiration target. I might as well just call it a day. Wow, the first time in I don't know how many hours we actually had a second leg down on a pullback. Give me something good. Just landed. What'd you miss? Nothing. The market's a snooze fest today. You missed that the call options were now worth at the peak of today $1.1 million. So you know. We missed $1,050,000. That's okay. 10 drops, I know. But the odds of that, but the funny thing is the odds of that were so small of happening anyways. We did the smart thing, and you can't be sad doing the smart thing. When you put a long, the market goes down. When you put a short, the market goes up. Well, wait for pivots. Wait for strong pivots to trade off of. Don't just chase things, right? In the boot camp, we teach you, man. Boring straight up algo day. I mean, a snooze fest as far as like the market's not really moving fast. It's not really giving us much to play off of. Now, the Nasdaq moved a little bit. The S&P has just been sitting still for like the entire morning. Ever since we got the first move up that I took, I've just been kind of waiting for nothing. Like nothing's happening. So since about, you know, last 3 hours, the S&P's gone nowhere. Oh yeah, don't fight the Trump. Don't fight the bull market. Yes, you can still be working. Yeah, you're still going to be working. We're not going to have a butler making me waffles every morning. Not yet. Yeah. Rocket Scooter is about waiting and acting. Wait for something good. Act on something that's good. Like the opportunity is not there to continue to long up into upper DD band on the S&P. That is usually the exhaustion point, and not that I say the market sells off from there, but that's usually the end of my long trade anyways. And where we're sitting right now, there's just not a good opportunity for me to chase, just because it's dipping, to chase along. The risk and reward don't add up. The reward is small compared to the risk I can take. The market balances right here. Perfect spot would be to take a long from here or one of these longer, stronger pivots. And above DD band, I always only trade long pivots that are strong only. So with NASDAQ, like I said, you guys might not like to hear the patient game. The patient game is waiting. My strong pivots actually are from here. So that is the place I want to take some trades off of. But I might not get it today, so I might just be forced to kind of chill and sit out. Which it does happen. But you never want to take a lot of risk by being on the wrong side for too long. VIX isn't moving. Volatility is just decayed. There's no... Honestly, the market's still liquid right here. The chances of it pulling back is practically zero. Stocks are rock solid and not moving. They've moved up. They are just kind of waiting to see what's next. Nvidia's up and chilling. Apple's up and chilling. Microsoft just in the middle chilling. Meta up and chilling. Amazon up and chilling. Could I take a long from here? Let's see. 50 points up. Problem is that there's no guidance inside of here, so I have nothing to go off of. That's the part I don't like. I don't have a pivot to trade off of. Bum, bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Okay, so don't forget. Drop the ads really quick. These are our prop firm partners that we have. We get some of the best deals out there on Wall Street for prop accounts. I want you guys to check it out. Rocket Scooter code up to, I need to change that. It's 50% with ETF. But everything else is there is accurate, so. This is the board I'm talking. I know. Why monkey strategy? Patience. Patience. Patience is always good. I know I need to eat lunch today. I'm actually kind of hungry. We need one of those big red candles that everyone misses because it lasts 1 second. We should put our buy order in so at least get filled. Not a terrible idea. I don't think there's anything going to happen today. It's such a slow day that I don't think there's anything that's going to come out of it that's going to make the market move. It's just inching higher as the stocks continue to push higher. But I have a suspicion that this is probably going to kind of like peak out and chill for now. You said literally have no volatility. This market is not picking up any volatility at all. So it might not get any kind of dip or anything to play off of. But I have to stick to my guns, right? I know where my strong pivots are, and then that's it. Anything up here is just strong, long to the long side. And it's okay to miss out on just a little bit of move. Like if this is anchoring a really strong move over the next 2 or 3 weeks, dude, it's gonna be good eats every single day. Trust me. No hurry on this for me to jump in and try to make anything at all. Pandora CEO says high tariffs will be passed on to U.S. consumers through price hikes. Pandora? The hell? How are we getting tariffs on streaming music? Doesn't make any sense at all. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Don't get anything good, man. I do think that this is probably the peak of the move up in here, so the last little bump is probably the end of that. But God, we need something good. I like to see the market move. Whoa. Oh, I know. Okay, so the lights turn off on and off like randomly in here. I'm gonna tell you something. Like, I know she's in there cleaning the room, but it turns the light off. We're gonna be battling with the light switches. We haven't programmed the fans yet, so she's gonna turn it on again. It's probably gonna turn this on. But like last couple nights ago, the light in the bedroom turned on randomly all by itself. It was weird. I was just laying there and the lights turned on. I came up here, the lights were turned on. So whoever left their keys in here is coming here turning the lights on too when I'm not not awake. But it makes sense that you know, without programming the fans, the different program, the remotes, they're going to be different, right? If you program them differently, this one controls all the fans though, so. But like, why would the poltergeist need to turn the light on? Not like they need the lights in here to do anything. Just trade gold or something else. Can we find something that's moving? Oil's moved, installed. Gold? Oh, gold's... Is the gold trade dead now that the market's turning around? Yo. Interesting. New consolidation level. Let me get some movement. My brain makes me feel down is likely, but I don't have a trade or proof that it's going to move anywhere but just stay put. We are stalling out on the long side, but the risk and reward is just not good to take a long from here to end the move at the upper DD band. I think that it is more possible that the market stays put and just oscillates inside of here, but also a big green candle to finish up the day up here is not unlikely as well. If I were to take a trade, I would take my bias to the long side, but right now, the way I always trade is I wait for opportunities. There is no opportunity, unfortunately. Apart from that first opening move that I got, I haven't touched the rest of it, which is pretty common. I don't need to take every little rest of the day's move, as this has just been oscillating, been down like 10 or 15 points. There's not really like good eats there. Wait, one of your friends had his electrics checked and rechecked and something kept turning on the hall light in the middle of the night. At one point he shouted upstairs and 4 doors slammed shut at the same time. Dude, that's scary. I'm gonna have nightmares now. Mm-hmm. There it is. There's the upper DD bound S&P push right there. The finale of the day. That would complete the move. And then, of course, if I was longing this for the whole day, that's practically the end of the move. So, looking solid there. Oh, that's it. And that was clean. All right, guys. I hear her outside. So she comes and knocks on the door in the next 20 or 30 minutes. I'm going to have to get out of here. But this is great. Nice, long, strong move. Hopefully you guys caught a lot of that. I took the initial trade. Haven't done anything since. Just chilling. Watching it now to see what it does. See if there's any kind of opportunity from here. That's at exhaustion point, upper DD band 59.28. I do that line in NASDAQ, which is going to be closer to roughly here. I was off by a little bit, but that's about right there now. $25 to $28. So that's about 3 points. 12 points on NASDAQ from here. 52. No, sorry. 40, yeah, about 52. And play Call of Duty, yeah. Boop, 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 boop. What do y'all think? Just got back. Upper DD band has been tapped. So what's the play now? That could spark some movement. At least give us something better to play with. This sort of area, this key area in here is where I want to see support going forward. But I don't think we're going to get anything today as far as a pullback. This is just a technical move to span the futures range. So once we got to the top, it looks like it's probably going to... remember in S&P, if we do break the band, I'm always, as crazy as it sounds, I'm always willing to take a long on band support and go forward. But we'll see. Exciting times. All the exciting stuff is happening. Waiting to measure this from here. So always resistance off of DD band, so we'll see if that creates any kind of event, but we probably not. But in any case, there is always resistance from here, so we'll see if we can't figure out that gives me something to play with for the rest of the day. We need something that causes the market to move, and this is not something that can cause the market to move. There's a reason I don't jump in the longs at the top like this. And this could be like one of those days where it doesn't care and just pushes through it. But in any general sense, this just is a continuation from yesterday's movement. We are moving up on the resolve of the trade war, at least possible resolve of the trade war. So the market is just following through with that. This is always the end of the day for me on the long side anyway. So let's see if this stimulates any kind of pullback or something good, something juicy. I'd like to see something really juicy come out of this. DD band often is a big resistance. It doesn't mean it's going to sell off. Doesn't mean it's a time to short from here. But this is the new support going forward for the week, basically where this arrow is drawn. The market should support in here going forward, at least for the remainder of the move up. I don't think that this is going to lose. I don't think we're going to have any kind of selling off, any kind of selling pressure at all. Really quick. I sat most of this day out. I made like, I don't know, like $300 on the stream. I really didn't do much today. So nothing much. Actually, I did in 2 accounts. But no, didn't do much. My platform crashed like right when the market opened. Then I jumped in late and then I traded from here to here. I only got probably like 40 or 50 points. And I closed out. I've just been waiting. To get my 200 plus a day. What do you mean $200 a day for FundedNext? Oh, for my trade? No, I haven't traded it yet. No, I'm waiting to do something. You get 1% of your account, better than nothing. Hey man, better than nothing. Can't complain. Well guys, it's 1 o'clock. I think I'm gonna call it a day. This is the exciting part. I know you guys have been chilling with me all day. I love y'all. Thanks for tuning in. This is probably the end of the long move. I was watching to wait to see if anything cool happens from here. But other than that, we do have support going for the rest of the week. I do think that this is the new support, really close to this line that I drew. As you can see, that's really rock solid support off of this move today. And what that's going to be equivalent to in like QQQ and S&P terms, that's roughly equal to 514 in QQQ. And that's roughly equivalent to about 586 in SPY. All right. We'll see you guys later. Good luck, and we'll see you on the morning.
Market spinning in chaotic haze. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the fray. Liquidity map paints the scene. Hidden nodes like ghosts unseen. Reverse engineer to see the light. Illuminate the darkest night. Rocket scooter has got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide.
trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads, no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing paths the others cross. Institutions will be seen.